Lady of Wisdom. It's our Italo-Greek parish, which we're hosting this event at, so you're all very welcome. It's good to see all of your faces out there. For today's debate, the question is the Orthodox Church, the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. It will be Denny or Ubi Petrus's job to defend this claim, that it is in fact the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. It will be Alex, voice of reason's job to be the polemicist. That term in ancient philosophy didn't simply mean a bad guy who yells at people. It actually meant someone who is attacking the other position philosophically. And so there's the proper terms for apologetics, a polemicist and an apologist. And so it will be Alex's job to demonstrate that the Orthodox Church is not, in fact, the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. Keep your eye on that ball, because that is the topic of today's debate. The rules of the debate will be in following. We'll start off by Ubie's presentation in opening 20 minutes, followed by Alex, 20 minutes. Then Ubie will be offered a chance of rebuttal, voice of reason, another 15 minutes. We'll have a 10-minute break. Our bathrooms are found down the hall here, okay? If those bathrooms are overcrowded, you can also go through the church, cross yourself. As you walk through the church, please take off your hats. As you walk through the church, the restrooms are found in the narthex. That means in the very rear of the church. Okay, you come back after 10 minutes, and then we'll begin the cross-examination, again, started by Ubi Petrus, and then followed by voice of reason. After that, we get 1 hour open debate. Again, we'll be starting with Ubie and finishing with voice, okay? After that, I'm sure we will have a closing statement, and that's going to be for both sides, and then we're going to have another 10-minute break, and then we'll have a 1 hour question and answer period. If we go under in the presentations and time, that is, then it will carry over, okay? It will carry over into the final hour. Is that what we agreed on? The open debate. So we'll carry it over to the open debate. So I'll be keeping track of that. If you get hungry and you purchase food, it's outside. I think you can still purchase food through an application if you have your phone. But if you get hungry, we do have Philly cheesesteaks outside awaiting you. We also have a snack bar over here, so please go ahead and grab that if you're getting hungry. We have t-shirts over here, as well as some pilgrimages that we're going to be doing. One of the pilgrimages will be to the Holy Land in November, and that will be Voice of Reason, Roots of Orthodox, and I will be taking a group to the Holy Land. And then if you're local from Vegas and you'd like to join me, I'm also taking a group next June to do a Byzantine Italy tour, and the information is over there. We also have some t-shirts, okay, so check that out. I also wanted to make sure, maybe you don't know this, I'm very, very cheap, and so I'm not paying either of our guys. And this is what they do. This is how this is what Alex does to make his ends meet. Ubi Petrus is actually a local electrician, so you can also ask him for that help. But if you want to be a kind and generous person, I have a tip box over there, okay? If you write a check, just put cash, because what I'll do is I'll split whatever's given to these two fine gentlemen, okay, who have worked very hard for you and are getting nothing from Father Nathan, okay, outside of the tip box that you leave behind, okay? That covers all of the basics. I want to just offer one introductory statement. You might be wondering why a Byzantine Catholic priest would want to host such a debate that appears divisive. Well, I will tell you why by using the words of both of our respective churches. Pope John Paul II in Ut Unum Cinct says, by engaging in frank dialogue, communities help one another to look at themselves together in the light of the apostolic tradition. This leads them to ask themselves whether they are truly expressing in an adequate way all that the Holy Spirit has transmitted through the apostles. And that is what we're doing, frank dialogue with one another. Dialogue also means debate. From the Great and Holy Council of 2016, the Orthodox Council on Pentecost, we read the following: the Orthodox Church, which prays unceasingly for the union of all, has always cultivated dialogue with those estranged from her, those both far and near. In particular, she has played a leading role in the contemporary search for ways and means to restore the unity of those who believe in Christ, and she has participated in the ecumenical movement from its outset and has contributed to its formation and further development. This final line, we can all agree, Catholic or Orthodox, is absolutely correct. It is clear that in theological dialogues, the common goal of all is the ultimate restoration of unity, is faith and love. And you might put that a different way, okay? It's truth and love. We're searching for the truth, and we're searching for love, okay? Meaning union with God. So that's the aim of our debate. And without further ado, I'll ask both of our presenters to come say hello for a second before we begin our formal debate. Since Denny is starting first, why don't you introduce yourself first?
Thank you so much for coming today. Anyone who's outside, if you could ask them to hurry in. We're good? Okay, good. So first and foremost, I want to thank all of you for purchasing tickets and reserving time from your schedules to come today. I especially want to thank Father Nathan Adams for not only moderating today, but taking on the tremendous responsibility of organizing this entire event. It's a significant investment both in terms of time and cost. I'd like to thank the Bishop for allowing this to be held here. A tremendous thank you to Deacon Stefan, who kindly loaned us these two podiums. It's very nice of him. He drove all the way downtown to get them. To Steve, who has handled the audio, and of course to the parishioners here for all of their hard work and sacrifices over the last 2 months to organize this, especially this last week. I'd also like to thank Dan Iova, who created the amazing thumbnail. He won out 3/4 of the votes. And to Randolph Media for hosting the live stream.
Is it still morning time? It's still morning time, so good morning to everybody. Thank you all so much for being here on this amazing, what I would call a historic day. I know that many of you I've already talked to, and you said that you're joining us from out of town, out of state. Some of you drove long distances, some of you flew long distances. That means the world to me. I know that it means the world to Denny and to the community here at Our Lady of Wisdom. And of course, I want to thank the great Father Nathan Simeon for hosting this, for moderating this. He put so much care into this, so much care. He has an amazing team, a beautiful family, an amazing team around him that was able to make this happen. There was so much hard work that happened behind the scenes for all of this to come together. So thank you so much, Father, and to your wonderful community here for putting this together. And I want to thank my wonderful opponent for today's debate, Ubi Petrus, Denny. He is so sharp, he knows his stuff, and I'm so honored to be able to be his interlocutor here. Today, he is the best of the best. So I hope that you guys enjoy an amazing debate. Thank you all for having me, and thank you for everyone that's come up to me already to take pictures and say hello. And after this, we'll do a lot more of that. So thank you all very much.
So I asked them to say hello to you so that they would both thank me in front of all of you guys. That's what I was shooting for there, so thanks, guys. You really pulled through for me. Truly, it was my parishioners who have done just everything. They met with me 3 times, 15 volunteers, pulled together 45 volunteers, so they really did a lot of work. But I probably didn't hype up our speakers enough. I assume that all of you do know who they are. Do all of you know who they are? Yeah, that's why you're here. Yeah, because you won a good debate. Okay, so you know that. You know that. These guys are both world-class apologists in their own right, and so having them together is it's really an incredible opportunity for all of us who are here. Okay, just one quick question for you all. I think it'd be interesting if we get a little bit of the demographics. Just out of interest, how many Orthodox Christians do we have here? Okay, so we're looking at about, I don't know, 1/20th, yeah?
Keep your hands high.
Yeah, you better represent if you're the Orthodox here. Okay. How about Catholics? Do we have any Catholics here? Okay, all right. Let's make sure to guard Denny when he walks out of the room. Oh, I got your back, Denny. I got your back, my friend. How about Protestants? Do we have any Protestants in the house? Okay, we got a few of you guys. Okay.
The best beard in the house belongs to a Protestant.
Oh, yes, do it. Very cool. All right, any Arians? None of you guys joined us? Oh,
Don't be shy,
that's
though.
too bad.
Don't be shy.
Okay. And anybody just seeking, they just want to know the truth, they're here to learn about the truth. Okay, great. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right, well, you're tired of hearing from me, I guarantee that. Let's begin with Ubi Petrus starting us off with the opening 20-minute debate.
Real quickly, is there anyone outside who needs to come in? Okay, all right, just one moment. Okay. In, I know, it's I think as they say, a shonda. It's horrible. Wow.
Is it too hot, or are you guys okay with the temp here? Is it?
We're back? All right, here we go. All right. In the Nicaean-Constantinopolitan Creed, the Church is described as one, holy, Catholic, and Apostolic, giving rise to the phrase, the four marks of the Church. This debate focuses on whether the Orthodox Church fulfills the definitions of that, specifically one and Catholic. And I want to begin with two quotations from the late Pope Benedict XVI. The first is from the work Principles of Catholic Theology, quote, "Rome must not require more from the East with respect to the doctrine of primacy than what had been formulated and was lived in the first millennium." When Athenagoras designated him as the successor of St. Peter, as the most esteemed among us, as one who presides in charity, this great church leader was expressing the ecclesial content of the doctrine of the primacy as it was known in the first millennium. Rome need not ask for more. Reunion could take place in this context if, on the one hand, the East would cease to oppose as heretical the developments that took place in the West in the second millennium and would accept the Catholic Church as legitimate and orthodox in the form she had acquired in the course of that development, while on the other hand, the West would recognize the Church of the East as orthodox and legitimate in the form she has always had. I want to repeat that. She has always had. Notice that verb tense. So for Pope Benedict XVI, it is the papal church that has developed, not the Orthodox Church, which has remained in the form we have now. In addition to having been Pope, Benedict had been the head of the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith, formerly known as the Inquisition. So this is not a nobody. This is not a random bishop of a titular see. This is someone who understood Roman Catholic theology better than really anyone else. In an interview, he is asked how communications with the Orthodox Church have gone, and in his response, he expresses sentiments similar to what he expressed in the previous quotation, stating, quote, "These churches, the Orthodox, have an authentic doctrine, but it is static. It's petrified, as it were. They remain faithful to the tradition of the first Christian millennium, but they reject later developments on the grounds that Catholics decided upon these developments without them. For them, questions of faith can only be decided by a real ecumenical council, one which includes all Christians. Therefore, they regard as invalid what Catholics have declared since the split." So something that's static, something that's petrified is the same as it always has been, and that's how he describes our theology. I want you to keep those statements in the back of your mind as I describe ecclesiological issues faced by the first millennium churches, and as my interlocutor rails against what he sees as divisions within the Orthodox Church. What I need to prove in this debate is that the Orthodox Church is one and is Catholic in the same sense that the authors of the Creed understood those terms. In order to prove that, I would like to focus on 3 historical examples. The first is St. Cyprian of Carthage, who wrote a short work entitled On the Unity of the Church. He saw the church as a communion of local churches who were one via admitting one another to the Eucharist. The members united together via adhering to their one bishop in each city. St. Cyprian died out of communion with Rome, having been excommunicated by Pope St. Stephen. The second is St. Meletius of Antioch, who also died out of communion with Rome. He was... There we go. Okay. Died out of communion with Rome. He was supported by the majority of the East, while his rival, Paulinus of Antioch, was supported by Rome and Alexandria. The 3 Cappadocians, St. Basil the Great, St. Gregory the Theologian, and St. Gregory Nyssa, were in communion with St. Meletius and were also in communion with Rome, even though St. Meletius was never once in communion with Rome, being considered a pretender to the See of Antioch. This internal schism was not healed until 418, a full 37 years after St. Meletius' death. Though it appears St. Meletius wanted communion with Rome, it was not granted to him despite sharing the same faith as Rome. On screen, you can see a map of what communion looked like. It was a mess. Third, during the so-called Acacian Schism, St. Macedonius II of Constantinople, St. Elias of Jerusalem, and St. Flavian II of Antioch, these saints had Orthodox doctrine and apostolic succession, but when they reached out to Rome requesting communion, they were rejected because they would not reject Blessed Acacius of Constantinople, who had been excommunicated by Rome. There are numerous other examples, but I wish to highlight these as they are well documented and occur early on. Further, it cannot be argued that they died passively out of communion with Rome. Rather, Rome outright rejected them from communion. Now, the phrase one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church is believed to have been added to the Creed at the Council of Constantinople I in 381. The bishop heading that council was none other than St. Meletius of Antioch, who was not in communion with Rome at all because Rome recognized Paulinus as the rightful bishop of Antioch. In fact, at that council, there were numerous bishops who were in communion with St. Meletius and also in communion with Rome, such as St. Gregory the Theologian. So if the authors of the Creed intended one to mean all those in communion with Rome or not including internal schisms, why would they do so at a council headed by someone who was not in communion with Rome? Why would they do so at a council headed by someone who was the reason for an internal schism? They must have had a different understanding of what one meant. Further, at the time they inserted the word Catholic into the Creed, the Roman Empire was probably about a quarter Christian, with those being concentrated in the major cities. Even St. John Chrysostom, writing in the late 4th century, thought Antioch was about half Christian. Keep in mind, Antioch was the most Christian city in the empire. With the notable exceptions of Ethiopia, Armenia, and Georgia, very few Christians existed outside of the empire. No Christians existed on 4 of the 7 continents. In fact, until the late 15th century, Christians existed as a majority on only 1 continent, while being a visible minority on 2 others. St. Ignatius of Antioch first used the term Catholic to mean Orthodox belief. By the late 4th century, St. Cyril of Jerusalem used it to denote geographic location, correct dogma, the members of the church coming from all ethnic and racial groups, and from all classes. It was simply one of 4 standards. But when he wrote this, no form of Christianity could fulfill a literal meaning of 1, 3, and 4. And Nicaean Christianity could only claim the second one. So he was not using this in a comparative sense. Had he meant it this way, in terms of more widespread, he would have had to have admitted that Arianism fulfilled that definition better, because it was more geographically widespread and had more adherents. It is ironic that at the time that the term Catholic was added to the Creed, Nicene Christianity was dwarfed by Arianism in much the same way the Papal Church is much larger than the Orthodox Church. St. Vincent of Lerins and St. Jerome remark on Arianism that, quote, Arian poison had infected not an insignificant portion of the church, but almost the whole world. Later on, he says, again, almost the whole world was overwhelmed by a ruthless tempest of unlooked-for heresy. And then we have the famous line from St. Jerome, the whole world groaned and was astonished to find itself Arian. So much for Catholicity, meaning geographical extent. Let us ignore the compounding factor that Donatism was rampant in North Africa and focus purely on Arianism. Was the church less Catholic because Arianism was significantly larger? Was the church less Catholic because Arianism had spread its tentacles not only throughout the empire, but to the tribes in northern Europe? At the time of the schism between East and West, the best information I can find indicates the East had about 3 times more bishops than the West. Did that make the Catholic Church, or rather, did that make the Orthodox Church more Catholic than the Papal Church? In fact, until the 14th century, when it was massacred by the sociopathic Tamerlane, the Assyrian Church of the East was actually far more geographically widespread than any other church. So when the church fathers occasionally speak of the church as inhabiting the whole world, they had a pretty low bar of both what inhabiting and world meant. It appears they understood it to mean present in some form, no matter how small, in the Roman world and its immediate borders. For the most part, patristic writers spoke of Catholicity in terms of Did I not have that on screen? Yeah. For the most part, patristic writers spoke of Catholicity in terms of completeness and dogma. We see this in St. Vincent of Lerins when he states, quote, that is truly and in the strictest sense Catholic, which, as the name itself and the reason of the thing declared, comprehends all universally. Okay, he's talking about dogma. This is another example of what I argued in December in the debate I did on Pints with Aquinas against Ibarra. You cannot simply assume terms meant in the 4th century what they were defined to mean in the 15th or the 17th or the 19th. You have to view them through the lens of how history was acted out to see the context in which those terms were being used and to understand what those terms meant to those people and at that time. Anything else is simply anachronistic eisegesis. In other words, reading your current ideas back into ancient texts and not letting them speak for themselves. One of the various works I used to prepare for this debate is a work entitled Ancient Christian Doctrine, Volume 5, edited by Angelo di Berardino, professor of patrology at the Augustinian Patristic Institute in Rome, known as the Augustinianum. He was also at one time the president of the Augustinianum. The series goes through the Nicaean-Constantinopolitan Creed, providing copious patristic commentary on key points. And Volume 5 covers the line under question today. We believe in one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. Further, one of the consultors for the series is the Dominican professor and Archbishop Agustin de Noya, who is Undersecretary for the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith, formerly known as the Inquisition. So as you can see, the editor of this volume and the editor of the series, one of them, they're not random people. They're highly trained, highly trusted members of the Roman Catholic administration, the Vatican. And this is what they write about this. The unity of the church was affirmed not only in rhetoric, but in organization. Each local church was led by a bishop in communion with other bishops, according to the principle of one bishop for one city and his territory. Unity was expressed by the celebration of the Eucharist. He continues on. Contact with other Christian communities served to maintain and develop a consciousness of being a unity of many communities, like a federation of churches. For this reason, discussion and communication, and not imposition from above, created real communion between the churches. The foundation of unity is the same faith received from the church. So we see the first ingredient of being one church, that these various churches share one faith. In the following quotations, I've removed the names of the authors he provides to make the reading more smooth. Quote, "But all the other churches that are in communion with one another are true and authentic. Meetings between the bishops, contact through letters, journeys, and especially the synods, are the means by which koinonia, or communion, is exercised between the churches. The ancient church assigned a preeminent role to the criterion of historic apostolicity as an irrevocable and necessary criterion to censure the unity and ecclesial communion of the one church of Christ." Here we see the second ingredient, apostolic succession. He then follows it with dozens of pages of patristic quotations on what creates unity, and after reading all of them, you come to the conclusion that apostolic succession combined with Orthodox dogma are the ingredients for valid sacraments, namely baptism and Eucharist. And it is the baptism we share and the Eucharist we share that make the church one. This is what St. Paul argues for in 1 Corinthians 10:17. This is also what we see St. Basil states, as you can see them on screen, because there's one bread, we who are many are one body, for we all partake of the one bread. St. Basil's liturgy, and unite us all to one another who become partakers of the one bread and the cup and the communion of the one Holy Spirit. This is why the celebrants at each liturgy commemorates a bishop who unites him to his equals, and patriarchs commemorate one another. All bishops who possess both apostolic succession and Orthodox dogma were obligated by the bonds of charity to admit one another to communion. When they did not, it was considered a crime against the unity of the church. But it did not mean the church lacked unity, only that those members lacked charity. That is why it is called an internal schism. Both parties remain within the church due to their apostolic succession and Orthodox dogma, but are temporarily not commemorating one another. That is the only way one can understand the situations of St. Cyprian of Carthage, St. Meletius of Antioch, and the three figures from the Acacian Schism. This unity is not an administrative model in which a single superbishop overrules all other bishops at his whim. That is a model that has more in common with the governmental systems of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party than the first millennium. Rather, our communion is like that of adult siblings. We are from the same mother and father, and though they cannot force us to continue on as a family, we decide to maintain our familial ties through regularly communicating, visits, exchanging gifts, and caring for one another in times of need. No one forces that from the top down. We do it because we care about our ties, because we have charity. Now, a sibling may do something truly horrendous and be removed from the familial structure until amends are made. Sometimes two members of the family may not talk to one another at all times while they still speak to the other siblings, thereby maintaining an imperfect unity with the hope of a future reunion, because they are, after all, for better or for worse, one family. Contrast this to the papal system, in which there is a single normative see, and only those who are in communion with that normative see are the true church. This creates a system, the end result of which is that only the Pope is the true church. Try to square that with the Meletian Schism, St. Cyprian, or the Acacian Schism, you will fail. Now, you don't see quotations from church fathers on what doesn't bring unity, but you do see quotations on what does bring unity. And when Father Berardino compiled his Florilegium, not one of them says a church is one because it's under the Pope. This is conspicuously absent. They all cite apostolic succession, Orthodox dogma, which allow for baptism and a valid Eucharist, which are in turn what create unity. I'll close with this fantastic quotation from St. Augustine. He says, "One loaf, one body is what we, being many, are." One loaf, he said. However many loaves may be placed there, it's one loaf. However many loaves there may be on Christ's altars throughout the world, it's one loaf. But what does it mean, one loaf? He explained very briefly, one body is what we, being many, are. There's one body of Christ, about which the apostle says, while addressing the church, you are one body of Christ and individually members of it. What you received is what you yourselves are, thanks to the grace by which you have been redeemed. You add your signature to this when you answer amen. What you see here is the sacrament of unity. But just as one loaf is made from single grains collected together and somehow mixed in with each other into dough, so in the same way the body of Christ is made one by the harmony of charity. And what grains are for the body of Christ, grapes are for his blood, because wine too comes out from the press. And what was separated one by one in many grapes flows together into a unity and becomes wine. This both in the bread and the cup. Thus, both in the bread and the cup, there is mystery, the sacrament of unity. And so we see that despite the variety of liturgies, despite the variety of means of receiving converts in the first millennium, despite the internal schisms, oftentimes led by saints, despite the limited geography of the church oftentimes dwarfed by rival heresies. The first millennium church was one and was Catholic, just as the Creed expresses, and just as the Orthodox Church is now. If internal schisms and a variety of views on reception of converts disqualifies the Orthodox Church from being one and Catholic, then let us also write off the entire first millennium and all of its saints. If it was good enough for the undivided church, why is it not good enough for my interlocutor? Thank you.
I'm not going to be using any visual aids for this part, so just my voice. Is that okay with everybody? Just the voice? Just voice of reason? Thank you, Denny, very much. And let me know, Father, when we can start the timer. I'll begin when you begin. I keep my own time because I'm very afraid of. We good? I don't want to. I don't want everyone to look into my personal business. I appreciate it. Ubi's the man. Another round of applause for Ubi, by the way, please. Thank you very much, Ubi. All right. Ready? All right, let's begin. Today, Eastern Orthodoxy is finally in the hot seat. All apostolic Christians believe that the church founded by Jesus Christ is visible and identifiable. The visible church is identifiable by 4 marks: 1, holy, Catholic, and apostolic. These 4 marks or 4 pillars are essential in identifying the true church, meaning that the true church must have all 4 of these marks. If any Christian communion is missing even just one of those 4, we can conclude that that communion is not the true church of Jesus Christ. The Eastern Orthodox communion claims to be the one holy Catholic and apostolic church. While it is holy and it is apostolic, today I will demonstrate that the Eastern Orthodox Church is not one, nor is it Catholic. It is missing 2 of the 4 pillars, and therefore it is not the true church. Let's begin with 1. Jesus prayed for his church to be one in John 17, and St. Paul says there is only one body. But what does it mean to be one? In Acts 2:42, we read that the first Christians held steadfastly to the apostles' teaching and fellowship, to the breaking of the bread, and to the prayers. They were all united in matters of faith and worship. St. Paul also tells us that the local leaders of the church have true authority, while the book of Acts shows that these local authorities were all united under one universal authority, which was established by Christ in Matthew 16, Luke 22, and John 21. So Christians are united in matters of faith and worship under a common governance. But is this what we see in the Eastern Orthodox Church? Are they united in matters of faith, worship, and governance? Let's look at each of these. When it comes to faith, we find that the Eastern Orthodox Church has internal disagreement and is not united. Eastern Orthodox bishops do not agree with each other on essential doctrinal beliefs. For example, they do not have a defined canon of Scripture. They cannot tell us how many books belong in the Bible. Some will say 73, others 76 or 81. Some will even say only 66. Why can't the Eastern Orthodox Church tell us how many books are inspired by God? They only need to provide one number, but the bishops cannot agree on what that one number is. Why aren't they one in this matter? How do we identify who's right and who's wrong? They are also not united in their soteriology. Some say that salvation can only be attained if one is a visible member of the Eastern Orthodox communion and that there is no grace outside of it. Others say that there is grace outside of it and even salvation, and others even go to the other extreme and believe in universalism, that everyone will be saved. In fact, universalism is becoming more and more mainstream as a belief in Eastern Orthodoxy, even though it's been condemned as a heresy by the Church, East and West, as far back as the 5th century. They're also not united in their understanding of the filioque, purgatory, transubstantiation, the Immaculate Conception, the role of St. Peter the Apostle, or the extent of the authority of the Bishop of Rome before the Great Schism. Why aren't the Eastern Orthodox united in any of these doctrinal matters? How do we identify who's right and who's wrong? Not only is there disunity in doctrines of faith, but they are also divided in their moral doctrines. The Eastern Orthodox are not united on the question of the morality of artificial contraception. Some Orthodox bishops refuse to call it intrinsically immoral and therefore allow for its use, while other bishops do call it intrinsically immoral and therefore say that it can never be used. If this is a matter of morality, which means that this can be harmful to souls, why can't the Orthodox Church come to one agreement on this matter? Contraception is either immoral or it isn't, and the true Church of Jesus Christ should be able to tell us whether it is or not. The Catholic Church promulgated its own teaching on contraception in the 60s, calling it intrinsically evil, which means it's always a sin to use. The ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, Athenagoras I, stated his full agreement with Pope Paul VI, saying that he could not have spoken any other way. Why aren't the Orthodox bishops today in agreement on such an urgent issue? Why aren't they in agreement with the patriarch from the 60s? Why aren't they one? How do you identify who is right and who is wrong? A related issue is that of divorce and remarriage. The Bible and Christian tradition make it clear that divorce and remarriage is impossible, and that attempting to do such a thing is the sin of adultery. Many Orthodox bishops agree with this, but most Orthodox bishops today actually allow for divorce and remarriage up to 3 times. If divorce and remarriage is adultery, it can never be allowed. So why do so many Orthodox bishops allow for it, and even up to 3 times? Why 3 and only 3 times? That seems like an arbitrary number. So they can't say how many books are in the Bible, but they can say up to how many times one can divorce and remarry. They justify this by appealing to prudence, but sin can never be prudent. Allowing for anything as a matter of prudence is only valid for those actions which are not objectively sinful. But divorce and remarriage is always objectively sinful. Matrimony isn't the only sacrament that has been desecrated for the sake of prudence. They have done the same to the sacraments of initiation. The Eastern Orthodox can't even identify valid sacraments outside of their own communion. Some bishops say that baptisms outside of the church are not valid. Others say that they are valid. Others say that only those in other apostolic communions are valid, and still others say only those done with triple immersion. They cannot agree. They also can't agree about whether holy orders are valid in the other apostolic churches, which also means that they can't agree on whether any of their other sacraments are valid. The Eastern Orthodox Church can't tell us if the Catholics, the Orientals, or the Assyrians have a valid priesthood, or a valid Eucharist, or valid chrismations, or confessions, or anointings of the sick. Some Orthodox bishops say they do, but others say they don't. This is related to their disunity in soteriology. Why aren't they one in this matter? How do we identify who's right and who's wrong? And this leads to another enormous point of disagreement and disunity within the Orthodox Church. This is huge. The reception of converts. They can't agree on how to receive them. I am a fully initiated Catholic. If I wanted to become Eastern Orthodox, there are 3 different ways that I can come into the church depending on which bishop receives me. Option A, through reception of the Eucharist after I go to confession and make a profession of faith. Option B, through chrismation first. Or option C, through baptism first. Even though I'm already baptized and chrismated, these bishops can't agree with each other on whether I actually am or not. Some will say I have both, others will say I only have one, and others will say I have none. If I'm not baptized, I am, according to them, a godless pagan. But they can't agree with each other. And it gets more complicated from here, because if I'm received through option A, there are bishops who would have received me through option B or C who will not allow me to receive the Eucharist in their churches. If I come in through option B, there are bishops who would have received me through option A that still won't let me receive the Eucharist. They would say that my reception into Orthodoxy would not have been valid, which means I would not be Orthodox at all, and therefore can't receive the Eucharist, even though the bishop who did receive me would give me communion, and other bishops who agree with him would as well. I personally know Orthodox priests who privately disagree with how their bishops tell them to receive converts. So these priests, out of obedience to their bishops, will baptize and/or chrismate Christians whom these priests believe are already baptized and/or chrismated. So in order to obey their bishops, these Orthodox priests have to violate their own conscience and knowingly commit sacrilege. Orthodoxy is so divided that the bishops can't even agree on the validity of some of their own sacraments, nor can they even tell us definitively if their converts are actually Orthodox or not, which is why many of these converts are denied the Eucharist from bishops and priests who they are supposedly in communion with. But if they're not united in their Eucharist, then they are not one communion. Why aren't they one in this matter? Who's right and who's wrong? Speaking of Christians being denied the Eucharist, how can the Eastern Orthodox Church be one in light of the schism between the Greek Church and Moscow? The Russian Orthodox Church does not allow its laity to receive the Eucharist from the Greek Orthodox Church, and the Greeks are not allowed to receive from the Russian Orthodox Church. Moscow claims that Constantinople and Alexandria are in schism, and in fact, just a few years ago, the Moscow Patriarchate sent Russian bishops into Alexandria and set up a rival altar in opposition to the Greek Patriarchate. Not only that, but Moscow has even stolen many Alexandrian priests and even bishops by convincing them to break communion with the Greek Patriarch Theodore II and join the Moscow Patriarchate. So we have a rival altar, stealing clergy, and a parallel church. They are not united in worship. So who's right and who's wrong? And all this break in worship is all because of an issue of governance, which the Eastern Orthodox are also not united in. How is autocephaly granted? The Orthodox Church can't give us a straight answer. Some say only an ecumenical council can grant this status, but some say that the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople can do it on his own. But we know that neither of these options work in practice because the Orthodox can't even convene a universal council, and most of the autocephalous churches within Orthodoxy achieve that status apart from and even in opposition to Constantinople. In fact, after the fall of the Byzantine Empire, almost all of the churches that have since become autocephalous did so not because of any church decree, but because the states were automatically declaring the Orthodox churches within their own national boundaries autocephalous and independent of any other patriarchate. So these churches would even go into schism and just wait, sometimes for decades, until Constantinople would be forced to recognize their autocephalous status because of political reasons. Autocephaly in the Orthodox Church is about geopolitics and not about ecclesial rule. In 1970, the Moscow Patriarchate granted autocephaly to its churches in North America, now known as the OCA, but Constantinople has never recognized this status and claims that Moscow had no authority to grant them this status. Most churches side with Constantinople, but according to the OCA, the churches of Bulgaria, Georgia, and Poland do recognize their status. Moscow also granted autonomous status to the Orthodox churches of China and Japan, neither of which Constantinople has recognized. They claim to be united, yet they are not one in governance. After the fall of the USSR in 1991, Ukraine claimed autocephaly, yet Moscow immediately rejected it, and Constantinople never recognized it. Ukraine wasn't even united in this because there were two different church bodies in that country claiming autocephalous status. But in October 2018, Constantinople finally announced that they would be granting autocephaly to those two churches in Ukraine. This would result in Moscow breaking full communion with Constantinople, not allowing Russians to share in sacraments with Greeks. This schism persists to this very day. The disunity in governance is what led to the disunity in worship, which we've already covered. Is this how the Christian church is supposed to operate? Imagine if the apostles stopped sharing in sacraments with each other because they couldn't be united in their governance of the church due to the petty political conflicts between empires, kingdoms, and countries. We can't imagine that happening with the apostles, but we are seeing it happen in Eastern Orthodoxy. So how do you identify the Eastern Orthodox Church? Is the church identified with the Greeks or with the Russians? Who is the true church and who are the schismatics? Who has the four pillars? Who's right and who is wrong? The issue of disunity and governance within the Orthodox communion also exposes another fatal flaw for them. They are not Catholic. Catholic means universal. Eastern Orthodoxy is not universal. Jesus Christ told his apostles to teach all nations, but the problem in Orthodoxy is that the nations are divided. The nations are so divided that the Orthodox churches within each nation identify themselves in name according to ethnicity, nationality, or language. We have the Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, Georgian Orthodox, Serbian, Bulgarian, Romanian, and Albanian Orthodox, and so on and so forth. And as most Orthodox inquirers who don't become Orthodox will tell you, the main reason that they don't become Orthodox is because they don't fit into the particular ethnic group or culture of their local Orthodox parishes. We have all heard the stories of visitors at Orthodox churches who are looked at with suspicion or even shunned and made to feel unwelcomed just because they're not the right ethnic group or nationality. I actually personally know an amazing Greek Orthodox priest who is rejected by those he pastors because he's not ethnically Greek. And his own congregation is always asking the bishop to remove this priest and to give them someone who is Greek. I've even personally seen rivalries between priests because one is Greek and another isn't. Does that sound like a universal church? It isn't. It's actually a group of individual national churches that are in loose communion with one another, yet they frown upon any crossover or intermingling. And we know that most of these churches even exist only because the state allows them to exist. And many of them are actually used to further the political interests of the state. The state knows that it's easier to control the people if you can control the churches. They trick the people into thinking that their loyalty to God is directly tied to their loyalty to their nation. In the 90s, the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, Rokor, accused the Patriarchate of Moscow of being controlled by the Russian government and broke ties with them. They reunited in the 2000s, not because the two churches reconciled themselves, but because Vladimir Putin paid Rokor a visit. Even the name of the communion, the Eastern Orthodox Church, why specifically Eastern? It refers to Eastern Europe, which is what one thinks about when thinking of Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is synonymous with Eastern Europe, but not with Asia or Africa, or not with the Americas, or even with Western Europe. It's not universal. There are approximately 300 million Eastern Orthodox Christians in the entire world. There are about 800 million Protestant Christians worldwide, and almost 1.4 billion Catholic Christians. The average Christian in the world is Catholic, and Protestantism seems to be more universal than even Eastern Orthodoxy, whose authority can only be as broad as the patriarchal or national level, but not the universal level. And when you're not universal, you cannot be one, which takes us all the way back to the disunity in doctrine. What happens when patriarchs disagree? Why hasn't the Eastern Orthodox Church been able to hold a universal council to solve any of these important issues? Why can't they even agree on how many ecumenical councils they have? Some say 7, others say 8 or 9, and they don't all agree on how binding the Synod of Jerusalem of 1672 is. After 100 years of preparation, when they finally had what was supposed to be a pan-Orthodox synod in Crete in 2016, at the very last minute, 1/3 of the autocephalous churches didn't even show up. Antioch, Georgia, Bulgaria, Russia, and the OCA all decided to stay home. And to this day, those churches don't accept the synod as binding. They don't accept it as pan-Orthodox. It's no surprise that the Eastern Orthodox Church doesn't even have a universal catechism, when they can't even agree on how many councils they have or which ones are even universally binding. They can't even settle the calendar controversy. When the majority of churches after World War I switched from the old Julian calendar to the new Catholic Gregorian calendar, there was a schism within Greece over it. This led to the formation of the Old Calendarists, or the True Orthodox Church. This new and true Orthodox Church quickly had an internal schism of their own when they couldn't agree with each other about the validity of the sacraments of the Orthodox Church of Greece. One of those breakaway groups from the true Orthodox Church is called the genuine Orthodox Church. And they say that all of the other Orthodox churches have apostatized. Who's right and who's wrong? Is the Macedonian Orthodox Church part of the church? How about the Belarusian autocephalous Orthodox Church, neither of which are recognized by any other Eastern churches? Who decides if these groups are Orthodox or not? They claim that they are. How reliable even is the Eastern Orthodox Church? Every single Eastern patriarchate has fallen into error and even heresy at one point or another. If this church can and has so easily fallen into error, why shouldn't we expect it to happen again, and what will happen when it does? Which of them are in error right now? Today, my opponent in this debate has a very difficult task ahead of him. He has the burden of defending a position that history and present circumstances simply do not allow him to defend. I have made exactly 20 points that he now has to contend with. 11 of them are about doctrinal disunity in both faith and morals. 2 of them are about disunity in worship between Greeks and Russians. 4 of them about disunity in governance, and 4 of them are about the lack of universal authority. My friend Ubie can win this debate in only one of 3 ways. He can either go through each of these 20 points one by one and attempt to refute them all, or he can reject the premise entirely, and it sounds like he did in his opening statement, and argue that the Church of Jesus Christ does not need to have universal unity in matters of doctrine, worship, and governance, and that the Church is one and Catholic in other ways, or he can just answer the simple question that I've asked repeatedly throughout this opening statement. How do we identify who is right and who is wrong? How do we identify which Eastern Orthodox Church is the true church? They can't all be the one true church because they're not one. So which one is true? Which one is universal? Which patriarchate or which metropolitanate or which diocese has the 4 pillars? Which one is the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church of Jesus Christ? Today, Eastern Orthodoxy has the burden of proof. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we're going to begin a 15-minute rebuttal with Ubi, and then we'll have another 15-minute rebuttal with Alex, and then we will have a nice break.
Is there anyone outside who needs to be let in? Cool. Okay, I'm ready. What was absolutely conspicuous in your presentation? Oh.
Do you have a PowerPoint that you want to put up?
No, I'm good. Yeah. Okay, are we ready? Okay. What was absolutely conspicuous in that presentation that you gave was that you cited absolutely nothing official. It was all just he says, she says. That was pathetic. That was awful. I expect that stuff from like Michael Lofton, but some Orthodox done did say that, and some Orthodox they done did said this, but they ain't got no magisterium. Well, okay, so you need to actually cite official documents. So, all right, for example, which documents are you citing to show how churches receive people? You don't have any. I've read them. We receive people in the same way. I've been Orthodox for 22 years. I've never once had someone refuse me communion because I was received by chrismation. Never once. And I've been to St. Anthony's. I've been all over the world. So I think that's more so a fantasy, or the person who told you that was maybe melodramatic. As far as schisms, let's say you said there's like old calendarists. Well, you guys have the SSPX. You have Sedevacantists. You have the SSPV. You have all sorts of odd groups. You have the Filipino National Church. You have, the Brazilian National Church. You have the Polish National Church, which refers to Poland as Fourth Rome. No, Scranton, Pennsylvania is Fourth Rome. The canon of Scripture, we actually have a defined canon of Scripture. It is defined in the Confession of Dositheus. The numbering of the books is different because some churches consider certain books to be 1 or 2, but it's the same content with notable exceptions. I want to say it's like 4th Esdras, one church accepts and another doesn't. But no one's excommunicating each other over these. And so you have to ask yourself, if we use the first millennium as the standard, was there a unified canon in the first millennium? No, there wasn't. Okay. Let's see. Not united in soteriology. What are your official statements for saying that? You don't have any. On universalism, I have yet to meet one person in person who's a universalist. I mean, David Bentley Hart goes on there and goes, well, some Orthodox say this. I'm thinking, well, okay. I need actual names. We need stats. Contraception. The Catholic Church had no stance on contraception until the 60s. Was the Catholic Church deficient until the 1960s? Because what I find with you guys is that you come up with a statement for something, and then you expect us to immediately go, okay, we got to come up with a statement too. But we're an independent church. We don't think it's really something that needs to be dogmatized. In the same way that you guys don't think that, say, the difference between essence and energies and Thomism and Scotism needs to be dogmatized. You don't think it's important to dogmatize whether or not Mary died. I mean, ex cathedra statement, you still have no idea if Mary died or not before she was assumed to heaven. You made mention that why don't people agree with Athenagoras? Because he's not an infallible autocrat. By your standard, we could simply bring up the examples of German bishops blessing sodomy, which they've shown absolutely no slowing down with. Same with the Dutch bishops, absolute mess. Divorce and remarriage, canons of St. Basil the Great, they allowed it. I did a whole documentary on it. I mean, why was the Catholic Church in communion with a bunch of churches allowed for divorce and remarriage if it was so bad? I mean, they were in communion for 1,000 years. Now it's just suddenly bad? The other is, why does it matter if sacraments outside of the church, why does it matter if there are sacraments outside of the church if we're receiving people the same way? Even when you read the canons of St. Basil, he goes, well, some people receive this way, some that way. Around here we do it this way. Let's see. The Russians are allowed to receive from the Greek Church. It's a one-way schism. Constantinople did not reciprocate against Russia. You mentioned rival altars, parallel church. That sounds like when Latin missionaries came into Byzantine Catholic Church land. I mean, just right away, the first thing they did was say, oh, you're married priest? No, you got to be celibate. Oh, you have a beard? Oh, no, shave that off. Leavened bread? Forget it. They set up rival altars throughout. I have yet to see anyone disagree on the mother church being the source of autocephaly. The question is who the mother church is. So the debate between Russia and Constantinople right now is who is a mother church of Ukraine. And we see debates like that again in the first millennium. I mean, you look at how Jerusalem became a patriarchate. You had to get the emperor involved. It had to do with a jurisdictional dispute between one of the bishops in what is now the Patriarchate of Antioch or Jerusalem and Antioch. And that was in, the first part of the first millennium. As far as the apostles not getting along, yeah, we saw throughout the book of Acts they don't. I mean, we saw that Mark just abandons Paul. We see St. Paul tell off St. Peter. We see St. Peter fail miserably in that sense. We see them dispute over whether or not believers need to be circumcised. I mean, they did break communion. It was fairly normal. I've been attending Greek parishes for I don't know how long. About 22 years ago, I converted. I've never had issues with anyone. I'll tell you where I did have issues, though, was I tried to attend a Maronite Catholic Mass, and they weren't very friendly. It was, like, well, you're not Lebanese. What are you doing here? I mean, case in point, I mean, I drive by to get here. I drive by a Greek church that has 95% English liturgies. I drive by an OCA church that has all English liturgies. I drive by an Arab church that has about 90% English liturgies. But I also drive by a Maronite church that has a Tagalog liturgy, an Arabic liturgy, and an English one, and a Spanish one. I drive by a Korean Catholic church that has not a word of English. It is completely Korean. I mean, by that standard, it's like, where would I fit in? Everyone agrees on how binding Jerusalem 1672 is. They signed off on it. We have the signatures. If anyone wants to disagree with that, we can point out Catholic bishops who disregard Vatican II. We can point out Paul VI, who referred to the first 7 councils as ecumenical and all the others general councils of the West. Because here's the thing, the Catholic Church has no actual official dogmatic list of what the ecumenical councils are. There's no list. There's also no official dogmatic list of who the popes were. So how do you have a real ecumenical council if you don't know who the real pope is? At Florence, Pope Eugene referred to Florence as the 8th ecumenical council. It's not now. How many of the ecumenical councils had full representation? I can tell you right now that Nicaea did not have, they had a Spanish bishop from Rome, or representing Rome, supposedly. The Second Ecumenical Council began as a local council, and it wasn't received into the West until, it's mentioned at Chalcedon in the mid-400s, and then really until the early 6th century it wasn't received. Ephesus, a schism blew up during it. It took a couple years to solve. You also had Acacius of Beroia, who was in communion with both sides, who fixed it. At the Fifth Ecumenical Council, the Pope was excommunicated, had to come back and apologize and admit he was wrong. At the Sixth Ecumenical Council, I think you actually did have full representation. And at the Seventh, you only had 2 patriarchates there. The 3 others were priests whom the emperor summoned and said, hey, how about you pretend to be these people? Which is why the Photine Council right away, one of the goals was to make sure that everyone accepted the Seventh Ecumenical Council. So by your standard, the first millennium just keeps failing. You would not do well in the first millennium church. You really wouldn't. We have a universal catechism. It was formulated in 1642 at Yassi. It's extremely boring, though. But I think you're overemphasizing what you consider the official catechism of the Catholic Church to be. It is not magisterial. It cites magisterial documents. It's updated regularly. You pointed out heretical patriarchs and bishops. There have been numerous heretical popes. We saw Vigilius, he's council excommunicated him. He thought it was not acceptable to condemn people after death. He was wrong. We have Honorius. We have Pope St. Vitalian, who endorsed monothelitism and monoenergism for years until he finally turned around. We have Pope Liberius. Also, how do we know who the real pope is? One of the standards is he's accepted by everyone. Okay, who? Anyway, I'm done.
Right? 15 minutes, all right. Starting now. Well, I have to say, I am very impressed, but at the same time a little disappointed because, Ubie, my friend, you did exactly what I know you were going to do. I knew that you were going to come out and say that I showed no sources. Don't worry, my friends. I have my laptop plugged in. I'm about to show you all the sources that say everything that I said in my opening statement. And you did the other thing that I was really hoping you wouldn't do, but you wasted your time because you have spent your entire rebuttal and actually a big portion of your opening statement debating Catholicism. Ubi, we're not here to debate Catholicism. We're debating Eastern Orthodoxy. These people paid good money because the ticket said is the Eastern Orthodox Church, the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, and you have not proved that yet. Ubi, as a matter of fact, it looked like Ubi did actually take one of the three options that I gave him. I said that there was one of three ways he could attempt to win this debate, and it looks like the option that he chose is to basically say that the true Church of Jesus Christ doesn't need to be united in matters of faith, worship, or governance. So according to my friend Ubi, the true church doesn't need to be united in any of those things. In his opening statement, he brought up the Pope Benedict quote about East and West, about Petrine primacy. Ubi actually contradicted himself because he was pointing out, again, arguing against Catholicism, even though we're not here to argue Catholicism. He said that that Pope Benedict said that the Eastern churches don't need to accept anything more than what they accepted in the East, but that contradicted the point that he was making, trying to say that the Catholic Church now is trying to enforce things that were not believed in the first millennium. So which is it, Ubi? Are you correct or is Pope Benedict correct? Because according to the quote that you read, Pope Benedict isn't trying to force anything on the Eastern churches from after the first millennium. He mentioned development in the West, not the East. He said that the Eastern Orthodox Church is petrified. If that's how he wants to describe it, okay. He mentioned Cyprian of Carthage. You know what's so interesting about Cyprian of Carthage? The baptism controversy about if we should rebaptize those who get baptized outside of the church, if we should rebaptize, that was actually settled during the time of St. Cyprian. The reason St. Cyprian was excommunicated was because he was saying that you should rebaptize, but then the North African councils, which the Eastern Orthodox Church accepts, those North African councils said that St. Cyprian was wrong. And he also mentioned the Synod of Jerusalem in 1672. Canon 15 of that synod says that you do not rebaptize converts, but many of the Eastern Orthodox churches do. So who's right? The Eastern Orthodox churches of today, that the majority of them do rebaptize, or the Synod of Jerusalem in 1672? Oh, he brought up St. Meletius of Antioch and the Meletian Schism. The thing that he left out is that the Meletian Schism actually wasn't a schism. They weren't in schism from Rome. The Meletian Schism was an internal conflict within the Church of Antioch over who was the correct bishop. But when you look at the two guys that were claiming to be the correct bishop, Paulinus and Meletius, guess who they both appealed to? They both appealed to the Pope. And they said the Pope is going to straighten this out. And what he said about Meletius not being in communion with the Pope, that's not true. Not a single Orthodox scholar would ever say that. And quite frankly, Ubi, I'd like to see your sources on that. And then he brought up the Occasion Schism. The Occasion Schism is that unfortunate event in history where all of the Eastern Orthodox Christians became monophysites. They became monophysites for about 50 years, Ubi. They were monophysites. They all fell into heresy. And who had to bail them out of monophysitism? The Pope. It's called the Formula of Hermisdas, who received them back into the Orthodox Church, into the true Orthodox Church, because they fell into monophysitism. Constantinople I, not in communion with Rome. That's weird, because Pope Damasus had legates there at that Constantinople I. So what do you mean that they weren't in communion? He had legates there. That Arianism is more geographically widespread. So according to me, that would mean that Arianism is more universal than Orthodox Christianity. Well, paganism was more universally widespread than Orthodox Christianity during the time of the apostles. Does that mean that Christianity was wrong? Because the Christian church started with just 12 guys and a few other guys. Let's see. And the arguments that he was giving about unity, about being united in the Eucharist, well, that would include all of the other apostolic churches. He said that baptism and Eucharist make the church one, and by saying that, he's actually just conceded the debate, saying that baptism and Eucharist make the church one. Ubi, you now have to pick who is Orthodox. Is it Greek? Is it the Greeks, or is it the Russians? Because as you've already pointed out, you conceded, the Russians do not allow for their people to receive the Eucharist from the Greeks. So if baptism and communion makes you one, he has to pick who's one. He has to decide who's in and who's out. According to his own standards, he's going to have to pick a side. Let's see. Oh, and then again, he said imperfect unity, and then he contrasted that with the papal schism. We're not arguing Catholicism. He said that nowhere does it say in the sources that he had that the church is one because it's under the Pope. We're not arguing Catholicism. He mentioned again one loaf. Again, let me just bring up the schism between Constantinople and Russia. They don't share in the one loaf. He had his despite discourse, where he was saying, despite all of these things in the first millennia, they were still united. Well, the reason that they maintained the unity in the first millennium with all of these issues is because they actually were able to get together to hold an ecumenical council to fix these issues, which is something the Eastern Orthodox Church hasn't been able to do since the Great Schism. So, and he conceded that they don't need to be united in those three ways. So, I don't know how much time I have left. I'd like to plug in my computer so that I can show you guys all of the. Is that it? Oh no, I still got some time. So I can show you guys all of the great sources. Let me read the ones that I have printed out here first, though, because so first of all, he brought up the schisms in Catholicism, right? We're not debating Catholicism. He brought up the Confession of Dositheus. What's interesting is that the Confession of Dositheus teaches quite a few things that most Orthodox today do not actually hold to. Like the Confession of Dositheus, I have it right here. The Confession of Dositheus says, is it really universally binding? Because Canon 15 of that council says that converts are not to be rebaptized. Canon 16 teaches that babies who are not baptized are subject to eternal punishment for the sin of their parents, which most Orthodox reject. Canon 17 teaches transubstantiation, calling it metousios in Greek, which most of Orthodoxy today also rejects. And Canon 18 teaches purgatory, and even goes as far as to say that purgatory happens in hell, which most Orthodox also reject. Maybe this is why Metropolitan Callistos Ware said in his 2015 book that that council's statements of faith have in part been received, but in part set aside or corrected. There's a good source for you, bud. What else do we have? So he brought up no canon in the first millennium. Well, it's interesting because the North African Code, the same code that actually said that Saint Cyprian of Carthage was incorrect in his understanding of rebaptism, they actually did codify the canon at the councils of Hippo and Carthage in 393 and 397, and those councils were actually accepted by the Eastern Orthodox Church. And Ubie is correct that 1672, the Synod of Jerusalem, actually does have the same canon that those councils have, that the Catholic canon has. The only problem is that the Philaretic Catechism from Moscow from 1830, that catechism explicitly says, and I have it here, don't worry, Ubie, explicitly says that those 7 books are not scripture, that they don't belong in the Bible. They have the Protestant canon. He said the question is about who is the mother church. Well, Ubie, when is the Eastern Orthodox Church going to decide who is the mother church? Is it going to be Constantinople? Is it going to be Moscow? Who is the mother church? Because Moscow claims to be the mother church, claims to be Third Rome. They said that Constantinople lost its place as New Rome, and now Constantinople is Third Rome. Ubie, in this debate, my friend, I'm afraid that you're not going to have to decide between the Greeks and the Russians if you have any chance of winning. He brought up Latin missionaries. We're not debating the Catholic Church. He also said that the apostles were not unified. He brought up all of the problems, the personal conflicts that the apostles had that we read about in the Bible. He literally threw the apostles under the bus and said that they are not unified. but they were actually united in matters of faith, doctrine, and governance according to the Bible. So according to Ubie, if you have personal disputes, that also means that you're not unified. He just said the apostles are not unified. That is crazy. He talked about the Maronite Catholic Mass and how he tried to go in there one time and that he was met with an icy reception. Ubie, I'm so sorry that you went to a Catholic church and they said, oh, look, that's Ubi Petrus, the guy that for 20 years has been trying to disprove Catholicism. That's kind of weird, so I'm sorry you got an icy reception, Ubie. It's probably the line of work that you chose, but we can talk about that during the cross-exam, don't worry. Oh, okay. So languages in liturgies. He said, where would he fit in? Well, I happen to recall that he listed all of these churches that do the liturgy in English. Ubie speaks English. He's been speaking English during this debate, so I think you would fit in any of those. He brought up Catholic bishops who disagreed with Vatican II. We're not debating Catholicism. He said that there's no list of popes. We're not debating Catholicism. He said that the Pope said that Florence would be the Eighth Ecumenical Council. You know who agreed? All of the Eastern Orthodox bishops who said, yeah, this will be the Eighth Ecumenical Council. And then they went back home to Eastern Europe, and there was a revolution, and there was riots in the streets because of it. So they said, no, never mind. They had all signed it, and then they said, no, never mind. Take our signatures off of that. He said that Pope Vigilius was excommunicated in Constantinople II. Are you sure, Ubie? Because Constantinople II did remove Vigilius from the diptychs, but when that council was actually officially published, the official acts of that council do not have Pope Vigilius' removal from the diptychs, which I already know you know, Ubie. And as a matter of fact, the only reason Constantinople II is actually a binding ecumenical council was because Pope Vigilius ratified it himself. And when he did it, he didn't even mention the council by name. So he only let Constantinople II be binding because he had the authority to do it, which is why the emperor had to kidnap Pope Vigilius from Rome, drag him all the way to Constantinople to force him to ratify the council, even though he could have had the Patriarch of Constantinople in that very city do it. He could have had Alexandria do it, or Antioch, or Jerusalem, because the Roman Emperor Justinian, who was a Monophysite, by the way, he actually had all of the patriarchs in his back pocket because he put them there. He was literally removing and putting in patriarchs. Why did he feel the need to have to go and drag the Pope from Rome all the way to Constantinople to make him sign Constantinople II? Interesting. If the Pope, but we're not debating Catholicism, guys. Let's keep going. He says that something about the Universal Catechism of 1642. I already brought up the Philaret Catechism from the Russian Orthodox Church from 1830, which explicitly contradicts almost everything that was taught in the Synod of Jerusalem in 1672 about like what books belong in the Bible and don't belong in the Bible, about transubstantiation and all these things. The Philaret Catechism, 1840. Ubie, I think you might have to tell any Russians in the audience, anybody that goes to the Russian Orthodox Church, that they may not be Orthodox. I don't know. He talked about heretical popes. We're not debating the papacy. He asked, who's the real pope? And we are not debating the papacy. Let's talk really quick, while I have time. Let's talk a little bit about, I don't know if he even touched, about universalism. He said he's never met a universalism. Well, Metropolitan Hilarion in 2008, the Russian Orthodox scholar bishop, in his presentation at the First World Apostolic Congress of Divine Mercy held in Rome in 2008, he said this. He argued that God's mercy is so great that he does not condemn sinners to everlasting punishment. And he said that the Orthodox understanding of hell corresponds roughly to the Roman Catholic notion of purgatory. It's a metropolitan that said that. Dr. David Bentley Hart, which Ubie mentioned. There's also Father Aidan Kimball from Eclectic Orthodoxy. There's the Archpriest Sergius Bulgakov. There's Paul Evdokimov, Saint Sophrony, the Archimandrite Lazarus, and Metropolitan Callistos Ware, who said in the Inner Kingdom, the Collected Works, Volume 1, Crestwood, New York, 2000. There's the citation for you, Ubie. He said, dare we hope for the salvation of all? And a lot of scholars actually will say that, yeah, Metropolitan Callistos Ware was actually a universalist. Should we talk about contraception? I don't even think Ubie touched on that. I don't think he wanted to talk about contraception because that's a hot button issue that he didn't want to bring up. But let's talk about contraception because so there are many Greek Orthodox churches that say. Let me actually plug this finally in so you guys can see some sources that I had. And I know how to do this. They told me how to do this before we started. I think I got it. I think check this out. Is it working? Is it working? Did I do it right? Did I break it? Did it not work? Did it not work? Help me, you young boy. You know how to. Help me, please, please, hurry. There's time. The clock is running. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry. I'm sweating.
Yeah.
All right. Woo, mama, get out of here. Thank you. All right, I love this guy right here. He's the man. Bishop Timothy Callistos Ware said in his book, The Orthodox Church, concerning contraceptives and other forms of birth control, differing opinions exist within the Orthodox Church. In the past, birth control was in general strongly condemned, but today, a less strict view is coming to prevail. Not only in the West, but in traditional Orthodox countries, many Orthodox theologians and spiritual fathers consider that the responsible use of contraception within marriage is not in itself sinful. And we also see here, right here, Meyendorff, one of the greatest Eastern Orthodox scholars in the game, Meyendorff, he said this: straight condemnation of birth control. So it says that it never, where it's in red, where it says never claiming universal validity, one question which actually requires a personal act of conscience. These are forms of birth control which will be acceptable and even unavoidable for certain couples. And he says the question of birth control, its acceptable form, can only be solved by individual Christian couples. So this scholar right here says that the Church of Jesus Christ isn't able to solve this issue for you. It's up to yourself. No, we gotta respect the time. What does the audience want? What does the audience want? You want the voice of reason to keep going? You probably want Ubie to get to. Oh wait, we have a break after this, don't we? We have a break. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. Excellent. Thank you, Ubie. Ubie's the man. Another round of applause for Ubie, really quick, because he's. Thank you. So if you, so in that same book from Timothy Callistos Ware, there's it came out in 1968, and I'm not really good with technology. I know I have it somewhere here. Let's see if I can find it. But in 1968, in that book, The Orthodox Church, he says in the first print that contraception. I have it here. Watch. Let me read it. Well, I lost it. I'll put it up here in a minute. I can do it during the hour-long thing. But in the first edition of that, 1968, he actually says that contraception is forbidden. And then when it was reprinted in the 80s, it went back to like a more moderate stance. Well, there's some speculation about whether it can be permitted or not. And then in 1994, I believe, which is when the latest version of that book came out, it says that it's pretty much allowed. So if Eastern Orthodoxy is the true church, how do we identify it? And why is it that, Callistos Ware, Metropolitan, has gone back on what the Orthodox Church has taught? So there's so much more that I could get into, but I think I covered everything that Ubie brought up. Thank you for the extra time. Sure, yeah.
All right, we are going to now have food for the next 30 minutes. Try to be back here at, let's say, 1:10 sharp. Okay, can we do that? 1:10 sharp.
Cool.
Let me make sure I don't know if I turned that on actually.
Do whatever you gotta do. So I should speak about here, but it sounds like there's a really heavy echo. Okay. It's a really like tinny sound, like I'm speaking through a long tube. I could always just shout. I could do that, just shout. So, okay, so I should speak about like this. Can you hear that? Like, that kept disturbing me. Yeah, we're very like soft. Like your name's Steve, right? You're Steve. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, well, he has a very good speech. Yeah, it's just
Make sure you let them know I'm watching your reason.
Yes, Michael. Where's the lockdown? Yeah. All right. So speaking about this far away, this is better. Okay. We'll do it like this then. All right.
Yeah, if you want to, go ahead, entertain him. What do you got?
What do I got? I wasn't prepared for this. I came here to debate, not entertain the crowd. A dance or a jig? You know the bishop is in town, right? You want me to get excommunicated?
I texted him.
Is he coming?
He's not coming.
Oh. Our bishop is in town. My bishop, father's bishop. So we have to be on our best behavior. We have to be on our very best behavior.
I'm gonna cross-examine from here, but then you guys will take this off the stage. So. We got cross, cross. He's closing, you're closing. Okay, Jonathan, are we good? We're good on your front? Okay. Okay, everybody, we are about to get started again. Let's make those closing statements with each other. We now will begin a 15-minute cross-examination from both sides. Then we'll have an open debate for 1 hour, and then we'll have 5-minute closing statements from each side. Okay? So once again, how are these guys doing, by the way? They're doing good. They're doing good. So in that regard, I want to remind you, we have a tip box for them. Okay? It's located right over there.
I need it.
You can give him the money. I don't need tips.
All right, come on. Tips are nice. We all enjoy those things. So we appreciate it. We'll get Alex a bus back home.
Tips are nice, but your smiles are nice.
All right, well, without further ado, we'll start with Ubi Petrus, who will give us start with the 15-minute cross-examination.
Okay, perfectly stand.
There we go.
All right, let me set my timer here. Is there anyone outside who needs to come in? Okay, it's 15 minutes? Okay. Alex, would you agree that internal schisms, such as the current one between Constantinople and Moscow, or in the past ones between Antioch and Jerusalem, or the Ecumenical Patriarchate in Bulgaria, or between Rokor and the Moscow Patriarchate, are a common feature of the Orthodox Church, and that something from the Catholic perspective makes the Orthodox Church fail the litmus test of Rome?
Is the question, do these schisms make the Orthodox Church, does it invalidate it? I think I know what the answer is. The answer is no. These schisms in Orthodoxy do not invalidate Orthodoxy.
No, does it invalidate whether or not the church is one by the Catholic standard?
Well,
Which is the standard you're using, which is why I attack it.
If Eastern Orthodoxy is true, it wouldn't violate it, but you have to identify which one is the true church. So if people break away from the true church of Jesus Christ, people are going to do that because we have free will and we're sinners. But the true church of Jesus Christ should always be able to identify itself.
So in the case of, say, like, I don't like Jerusalem and Antioch splitting, everyone else is still in communion with one another. So you have an imperfect schism. You have an internal schism is what we call it. So do you see that as invalidating the claims of the Orthodox Church to be one?
You're talking about the Eastern Orthodox Church?
Yes. Do you see that schisms like that, internal schisms where you have two parties not in communion,
right,
but they're in communion with everyone else? Do you see that as invalidating the claim to be one?
It does if the true church can't be identified.
Okay, so if I were just to say, I mean, how you're then positing a situation where, how do I phrase this? Okay, well, I'll move on.
And maybe if I clarify, if Jerusalem and Antioch go into schism with each other, we should be able to identify who's actually in schism and who's Orthodox.
But you can't you cannot because they're in communion with everyone else.
Because they're in communion with
So
Antioch
is in communion with everyone else. Jerusalem is in communion with everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
But these two are not commemorating each other. Does that, in your view, fail the test of one?
No, because it would mean that either one or the other would be in communion with the universal church, but they're both not in communion with the universal church. It depends on who's in schism and who's not.
No, but let me phrase this another way.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you and I are not talking to each other.
Right.
But you and I are each talking to everyone in this room.
Right.
Okay. Now, move that from you and I. Let's say I'm Jerusalem and you're
You're
Antioch.
Constantinople, I'm Jerusalem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's Constantinople and Russia or Antioch and
Wait,
Jerusalem.
I'm Antioch. Can I be Antioch? I'll be Antioch.
No, well, I'm the Arabic speaker,
Okay,
so no.
you're Antioch. I'll be Jerusalem.
Okay, you can be Jerusalem.
I like Jerusalem. They have Latin patriarch.
Well, they're very corrupt. So,
Oh. I walked into that one.
But
Wait, are you saying the Church of Jesus Christ can be corrupt? Just kidding.
Yeah. So, I mean, would you see that as hindering the oneness of the church?
No.
Because they're both in that body is the situation. They're both in communion with everyone else. They're not commemorating one another.
So
This is the same situation with Moscow and Constantinople right now.
Right. So one of those two, right? Because the way that communion works, it's not enough to just be in communion with the visible head. You have to be in communion with everyone that is in communion with the visible head. So even if, let's say, I'm not the visible head and Antioch isn't the visible head, maybe someone in this audience is the visible head, I can't say, I'm going to be in communion with the visible head, but I'm not going to be in communion with Antioch. If I'm not in communion with Antioch, but then I'm not in communion with the visible head either. But then the question remains, who came out of communion? Did Jerusalem go into schism, or did Antioch go into schism? Why are they not in communion with each other? Who left communion, or who excommunicated who? And how do you identify who is in the church and who is not in the church?
So again, they are both in communion with everyone else. This is a purely internal schism. So this would be a situation like, say, if the diocese of, I don't know, Dallas, Texas, just stops. Well, let's say the church, the Catholic Church in Canada, stops commemorating the Catholic Church in America, but they're both in communion with everyone else. Would that damage the unity of the Catholic Church?
It would be an imperfect communion.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you. So would you agree that the statement that the Catholic Church does not suffer from internal schisms like the Orthodox Church, is that correct?
That the Catholic Church does not suffer from internal schisms? Correct. The Catholic Church does not suffer.
The Photian Schism was partially motivated by a territorial dispute between Constantinople and Rome concerning jurisdiction over Bulgaria. Does the Roman Catholic Church have anything similar to that today?
Anything similar to what now?
To the Photian Schism, which was largely over territorial disputes over Bulgaria. Do you have anything in the Catholic Church where, for example, two different churches within the Catholic Church get into a territorial dispute and break communion? Do you have anything like that now?
Yeah, but we're not debating the Catholic Church
No,
today.
but do you? No, well, we're debating the standard. You've set the standard as a Catholic Church. I'm now disregarding that. I'm telling you why that standard doesn't work. So, do you? Do you see anything like that in the Catholic Church today?
Where people leave the Catholic Church? Yeah, but
No,
the Catholic
that's not.
Church
No,
is
that's
still
not what I said. I said, would you agree with the statement that the Catholic Church does not suffer from internal schisms?
internal schisms?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. I apologize. Mr. No, the Photian Schism was partially motivated by a territorial dispute between Constantinople and Rome concerning jurisdiction over Bulgaria. Does the Roman Catholic Church have any similar situation like that today?
Over land? Not that I know of.
Okay. Same question. Can you think of anything similar to that within the Orthodox Church today?
Similar over territory? Well, for example, like I mentioned in my opening statement, the autocephaly of the OCA is something that Constantinople has never recognized. And again, the Belarusian autocephalous Orthodox Church, the Macedonian Orthodox Church, these are all bodies that claim to be Orthodox.
But I mean, no, I'm asking about schisms over territory.
Schisms over territory?
So, like, say, like Ukraine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so, okay. In the 5th century, Pope St. Boniface entered into a protracted dispute with the Church of Constantinople over control of the Balkans. It finally resulted in the emperors handing control of the Balkans to the Church of Constantinople, who then refused to return it to Rome. This culminated at the 7th Ecumenical Council when the Pope, in his letter, requested that the Church of Constantinople return control of the Byzantine Rite parishes in southern Italy and the Balkans to Rome. But the council simply ignored it. Can you think of anything similar like that in the Catholic Church today, or is that a problem the Catholic Church just doesn't have now?
No, the Catholic Church doesn't have that problem.
All right.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No, you're right. They do.
Like what?
Well, we're not debating the Catholic
No,
Church.
I'm
so
asking.
it's irrelevant.
No, I'm asking because I'm attacking your standard right now. So we are debating your standard, and you don't want to, because you realize that if we debate this. Oh, hold on, wait. I'm the one interrupting because I'm asking you.
Oh, you're right.
Yes.
Interrupt, yeah.
Thank you. No, we're attacking your standard right now because you're judging the Orthodox Church by the standards of the Catholic Church. I'm pointing out to you exactly why that standard is absolute nonsense. Okay. So what is it in the Catholic Church today that coalesces or is similar to the situation of Pope St. Boniface and the Church of, Pope St. Boniface getting into an argument with the Church of Constantinople?
Over territory?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Same situation. Can you think of anything similar to that now in the Orthodox Church?
Over territory?
Yeah.
Ukraine?
Okay, there you go. Can you think of anything like the Meletian Schism within the Catholic Church today?
Over who is the ordinary of a particular territory? I'm sure it happens more often than we think.
Really? Where?
I don't
Like
know.
what, you don't have examples. Okay. Can you think of anything like that within the Orthodox Church today?
Over who is the ordinary of a particular territory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Are you aware that internal schisms are a common occurrence in the first millennium?
Schisms in the first millennium? Yeah, and we can
Okay,
always
all right.
identify who's
If a
Orthodox.
church if a church is true to the first millennium ecclesiology, would it have the same ecclesiological problems as a first millennium church?
If the church is true to the, I'm sorry, can you say it one more time?
If a church is true to the first millennium ecclesiology, wouldn't it have the same ecclesiological problems as a first millennium?
What do you mean by problems?
Oh, I don't know, what I've just been asking you about for the last 8 minutes. I've just been asking you about internal schisms. So if internal schisms are a normal part of the first millennium church,
Right.
if a church is true to the first millennium, why wouldn't they have internal schisms?
Oh, okay, I understand the question. Yeah, schisms are a reality of the church, but
Okay.
it can always be identified.
Okay, so in other words, the Catholic Church doesn't have the same problems as a first millennium church
Well,
in
actually,
terms of ecclesiology, because you just spent the last several questions, you just admitted that the Catholic Church doesn't have these problems anymore. You then admitted that the first millennium church did. You then admitted the Orthodox Church does.
yeah,
So you have just ceded that the Catholic Church does not have the same ecclesiological problems as the first millennium church, but the Orthodox Church does.
no, actually, in the Catholic Church, any ecclesiological problems that they have can be solved in the same way they were solved in the first millennium, because in the first millennium, you can identify who the Orthodox Church was, and that's the Catholic Church. If the German bishops are teaching the stuff that they're teaching, the SSPX,
At the
the Old
Fifth Ecumenical
Catholics,
Council,
we
who
can
was the
identify
true
who's
church?
schismatic and who
At
isn't.
the Fifth Ecumenical Council, who was the true church? Vigilius or the bishops who removed his name from the diptycha?
The true church is anyone that was in communion with Vigilius.
Someone who was excommunicated.
He wasn't. His name was
No,
removed.
his name was removed. That's excommunication. They're no longer communicating with that person. If you do not communicate with a person, communion, they are excommunicated. Okay, so you are saying that someone who was removed from communion, who then later had to admit that they were wrong, that you had to be in communion with them to be in the true church.
Well, actually, he didn't admit that he was wrong.
No,
and
he
again-
did in the letter
No,
to
he actually
in the
did.
letter to Eutychius. In the letter to Eutychius, which is in the Acts of the Council, he admits that he was wrong. He says he was led aside by Satan, and then he cites St. Augustine, saying this is an example of someone who admitted they were wrong. So again, if someone has been excommunicated, can a pope be excommunicated in the Catholic Church today?
Nope.
Okay, so you don't have the problems of the first millennium church. All right, next question. So, if a church is, let's see, were the Gallians and Febronians part of the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church prior to Vatican I?
Who now?
The Gallicans?
The Gallicans, were they part of the church before Vatican I?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know. What about the Febronians?
Say it again.
The Febronians?
I don't know who these people are.
Okay. The Gallicans were about 1/4 of Catholicism. Everything under the French crown was Gallican.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Was there a uniform method of receiving converts in the first millennium?
A uniform method of receiving converts? What are they converting to?
From
What are they-
anything.
From anything?
From any schismatic group.
From any
Well, let's
schismatic
just say schismatic group. Let's just say I don't know, from say Novatianism.
Oh, from Novatianism? It would depend if their baptisms were valid or not.
Okay, so was there was there a uniform way of receiving people? Was it? I mean, because the way you're making it out to be is that the first millennium would have just immediately baptized everyone. Were there different standards between different churches? Because when I read the canons of St. Basil on baptism, he goes, well, some people do it this way, some people do it that way.
It depends on what the situation is and who's being brought back into the church. It depends on if they had already received a valid baptism or not. Because I'm sure, as you know, and you'll admit, that there were different ways of doing it, but it wasn't because the church didn't have a uniform standard. It's because some people's baptisms outside of the Orthodox Church were valid and others weren't. So they had to identify.
Why did Pope St. Stephen accept Gnostic and Marcionite baptisms?
Gnostic and Marcionite baptisms? I don't know if that would be the case, but if that's the
No,
case, it
he
would.
did. St. Cyprian goes after him for it. St. Stephen, the standard was not St. Stephen because he accepted Marcionite and Gnostic baptisms.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, if he did, it would have been because he determined that they had a valid baptism because they used proper form and matter.
Really?
That's the only reason he would have accepted it.
Okay, so you think that there were Gnostic and Marcionite baptisms that had proper form and matter?
Say that again?
You think that there were Marcionite and Gnostic baptisms that had proper form and matter?
Maybe there were if they baptized with water in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
I can guarantee you none of them were. I'm sorry? Okay.
I'd like to see a source for that. Just kidding, bro.
I'll dig it up during it's a letter of St. Cyprian of Carthage. Let's see. These are from my subscribers on Patreon. They have questions.
Oh, boy.
If Roman Catholicism theoretically became outsized by another Christian group, would you still view it as the true church?
If Roman Catholicism was what now?
Became outsized
Outsized?
by another Christian group, would you
Yeah.
still view it as a true church?
Yeah.
Okay, so even though it wasn't the largest, even though it wasn't geographically spread throughout the world?
Because it would have the other pillars as well.
Okay, so you only need 3 of the 4, not 4 of the 4, as you argue?
It would have all 4, but it doesn't mean that there was other non-Catholic groups that could be bigger. But I would like to point out that Catholicism is the largest religion in the world, and we're not debating Catholicism today. I'm still waiting for you to prove Eastern Orthodoxy.
We're debating the standard that you've set. And you don't want to debate that standard because it's an embarrassment for you. That's why.
Ooh.
That's why you keep detracting from it. Okay.
1 minute.
Next question. At the time of the schism, the number of bishops and overall Christian population of the East was much larger in the Latin West. Using the size argument, wouldn't this make the Church of the East much larger?
I'm sorry, say it again.
How can we say that the church, the papal church, was the true church, that it fit your definition of Catholic, if it was only 1/4 of the schism between East and West?
Because we identify the church with its head.
So then size is not an issue at all. And universality, so geographic size, numbers, and then geographic location is not important.
Universality means that it is present in all parts of the world, and Catholicism is present
Is
in
a
every
Catholic
single
church
country.
present in North Korea? No, it's not.
Underground, it might be.
Is a Catholic church present in Antarctica?
No, not in Antarctica.
Because there's an Orthodox church in each of those countries. All right.
Good, really good. Thank everybody. Give it up for Ubie. Got me with the Antarctica one. That's those penguins. Ubie, are you ready, brother? Whenever you're
take
ready.
your time.
We're good? We're ready? 15 minutes, right? Okay, we'll begin. So for these questions, I just want to know what the Eastern Orthodox Church teaches.
Okay.
Question number 1. Is the use of contraception objectively sinful?
No.
So what about all the churches that teach that it is objectively sinful?
I'd need to see official statements on that.
Sure, I'll send them to you. But if there are churches that teach that contraception is indeed intrinsically evil and sinful, are those churches in schism?
No, it just means
Why
the
not?
issue isn't settled.
So they're not. So the issue isn't settled in Orthodoxy.
It's not an issue that needs to be settled.
So the issue of the morality of contraception is an issue that doesn't need to be settled. Okay, remarriage after divorce objectively sinful?
No.
No?
Well, depending on the circumstances, St. Basil allows it in certain circumstances.
Oh, we'll get into that in a little bit. Is marriage okay? So this evening, after this debate, we're going to be celebrating the Divine Liturgy in this Catholic Church. Will that be a valid Eucharist?
I don't know, and I don't care.
You don't know and you don't care? Does the Eastern Orthodox Church have anything to say about it?
Officially, we just receive people in a certain way. And when
that's not what I asked you. I asked you if the Eucharist that we're going to be celebrating tonight, if that's a valid Eucharist.
Well, again, when I say...
And if you don't know what the answer is, you can just say you don't know what the answer is.
Well, I could answer.
Go ahead.
Would you like to? When I say I don't care, I mean in the sense that it doesn't matter to me whether or not it is, because 1, I'm not in that church. 2, if we were received someone
and really
from
quick,
that
and I'm going to
church-
be able to interrupt you because it's my cross-examination time, Ubie. I didn't ask you if you cared or not. I asked you what the Eastern Orthodox Church teaches.
There's no settled teaching on
There's no settled
it. Doesn't
teaching,
matter
okay.
because we receive people along certain lines.
I didn't ask you about reception. I just asked you about the sacraments outside of Orthodoxy.
I explained to you why it doesn't matter.
Why it doesn't matter? Okay, interesting.
If we baptize everyone, it doesn't matter what background they come from. If we chrismate every other Christian, it doesn't matter what background they come from.
I didn't ask you about what background they came from. I just asked you if the Eucharist that we're celebrating tonight is going to be valid. It's a simple yes or no question, just based on what the Eastern Orthodox Church teaches. Not your opinion. What does your church, your communion, teach about the Eucharist that we're going to celebrate tonight?
I'd have to look it up, honestly.
You'd have to look it up. Okay, let's move on.
I mean,
what
the
about
Greek church
chrismation? Is the chrismation valid?
Of who?
Of here in the Catholic Church.
Well, Well, I can answer all of your questions on valid sacraments or not.
So are the sacraments outside of Orthodoxy valid or not?
I don't know, and it doesn't matter.
You don't know and it doesn't matter. So do you mean the Eastern Orthodox Church doesn't know?
The Eastern Orthodox Church has made various decisions about how to receive people.
And do they contradict with each other?
They may or may not.
They may or may not. So does that mean they're not united
Well, they're
in the
no
reception
more,
of converts?
They're no more united. They're no more disunited than the first millennium.
I didn't ask you about the first millennium. I asked you about the church today. Is the Eastern Orthodox Church today united in how they receive converts? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Are they? Are you sure?
absolutely, 100%.
Okay. So then, when one bishop receives me through only receiving the Eucharist, and then another bishop receives me through only chrismation, and then a third bishop receives me through baptism, why is it that they can't agree with each other over whether my sacraments, if my baptism was valid or not? Half of the bishops will say my baptism as a Catholic is valid. The other half will say it's not. Why can't they all give me a straight answer about whether I'm baptized or not? Because if I'm not baptized, I'm a godless pagan according to them. So can't they be able to identify who's godless pagans and who isn't?
The reason is that none of them would refuse communion to you based on how you were received. No bishop that I'm aware does that. Those who baptize,
we'll pull up
those- those who-
it's my cross exam. We'll get into that. We only got a little bit of time. Let's see. So are the Greeks part of the Eastern Orthodox Church?
Of course,
How about the Russians?
of course.
Are the Greeks and Russians in communion?
Well, the Greeks are in communion with the Russians, but not the other way around.
Then how can they both be part of the Eastern Orthodox Church when they're not in communion?
The same way that you and I may not talk to each other, but we'll talk to everyone else in this room.
So because we talk to each other, so then the question is, who's the visible head then? Who do I need to be united with in order to know, who do we need to be united with in order to know that we're part of the true church?
Those who have apostolic succession and correct dogma.
Okay, so Catholics, Orientals, and Assyrians are all part of the true church.
They don't have correct dogma.
But you just said apostolic succession.
And correct dogma.
Oh, and how do you identify correct dogma? Could it be with the 4 pillars?
You can identify correct dogma based on the decisions of all those churches who are communing beforehand, agreeing, not simultaneously, but agreeing on what dogma
And the
is.
Eastern Orthodox Church doesn't agree on what dogma is.
No, we agree on dogmas.
Actually, so why does the Synod of Jerusalem in 1672 say that it's the 73-book canon of Scripture, but the Philadelphia Catechism of Moscow of 1830 says that it's the 66-book canon of Scripture?
Because the matter of the canon is not dogmatic.
Because it's not dogmatic, so the Eastern Orthodox Church can't tell us what belongs in the Bible and what doesn't?
It's not dogmatic, we agree on the core.
So the answer is no. The Eastern Orthodox Church can't tell us what belongs in the Bible and what doesn't. Okay, let's move on.
We have it in the Confession of Dositheos. It's only 2 books.
And it says that it's 73 books, but the Russians say that it's only 66 of them are inspired. Let's move on.
No,
because
the
Moscow
Russians still
also
have
says,
those.
let's move on because we don't have that much time. We can talk about it during our open dialogue. But Moscow says that Constantinople and Alexandria are in schism. Is Moscow correct?
I'm sorry, could you ask again, please?
Moscow says that Constantinople and Alexandria are in schism. Is Moscow correct?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't believe they're correct, so then Moscow is wrong?
Moscow's wrong on that.
Okay, so then does that mean that Moscow, in excommunicating Constantinople and Alexandria, does that mean that they've separated themselves from the church?
Well, no, because they're still united imperfectly and indirectly.
How are they united imperfectly and indirectly? Is it because of Antioch?
Because they're in communion with everyone else.
Because they're in communion with everybody else. So, how do you know which bishop you need to be united to?
Because we don't have a normative head. It says with apostolic succession and correct dogma.
Those with apostolic succession and correct. So let's say that I excommunicate everybody that I don't like, and I'm just in let's say Antioch, for example, because Antioch claims to be in communion with both Moscow and with Constantinople. As long as we all have one bishop that we all have in common, can we say we're all one true church, even if the rest of the bishops don't talk to each other? But we're all united to Antioch, so are we still one church?
Are you referring to one in the sense that the framers of the Nicaean-Constantinopolitan Creed intended the term?
Did you ask me a question? This is my cross-examination.
I can ask.
Ask me. Oh, was it a clarifying question? Because my question was.
Is this a clown show? Or are you serious?
Hold on. No, it's a good question. My question is, Antioch claims to be in communion with everybody, right?
I understood your question, then I asked you, do you
Sure.
mean one in the terms that the First Council of Nicaea and Constantinople intended the term one? Do you mean one in that sense, or do you mean one in the sense that medieval canonists in the West framed it?
In the way that the church has always intended one to mean, like what the Bible teaches, one in worship, in doctrine, and governance. That's what the Bible teaches.
I don't know what you mean by those terms. I mean, is one in worship,
So you
Byzantine
don't-
Catholic versus Maronite?
So worship just means that you can receive the Eucharist at each other's churches. Greeks receive the Eucharist in Russian churches and vice versa?
For the most part, actually, the Russian bishops will give it, yeah.
For the most part, Russian bishops will do that, even though the Patriarchate officially says no. So now are you saying that those Russian bishops are disobeying their own patriarch?
I think that honestly they are, and I think that the situation between the Greeks and the Russians is absolutely tragic, but I don't think it's anything outside of the norm of the first millennium.
So
standard.
so you're saying that the Church of Jesus Christ, from the very beginning, all the time, that they were always to be disunited in matters of worship, doctrine, and governance, and that's fine, and that's still true unity, just because they all had somebody in common that they were talking to?
Well, you said that they ought to be or that they could be?
That they were. The question is, were they? Even if they were all, just because they had one bishop in common,
Well,
just because we're all in communion with Antioch, we can consider ourselves one church, even though Moscow is setting up a rival patriarchate in Alexandria.
So,
that's not a schism?
if your question is if they could be, the answer is yes. If your question is
Are they?
ought they to be, the answer is no.
My question is, are they? I want to know who's in the Orthodox Church and who isn't.
Everyone is in communion with, I mean,
Everyone is in
everyone who
communion
has
with each other?
apostolic succession, correct dogma. It's a sin against charity not to commemorate people who have those two.
And you would agree that Moscow doesn't commemorate Constantinople or Alexandria, even though Moscow and Constantinople and Alexandria have apostolic succession, and according to you, they have correct dogma, but Moscow doesn't commemorate them. So are they one church, even though they don't commemorate
Yes,
each other?
yes.
They are one church? So Moscow
absolutely.
can say Alexandria and Constantinople are in schism, I'm not in communion with them, and you say that's still one church?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Let's see. Who can grant autocephaly?
I'm sorry?
Who can grant autocephaly?
It's the mother church is typically
And who's the
one,
mother church?
the one that founded that church.
The one that founded that church? So does that mean that Russia was able to grant autocephaly to the OCA?
Yeah, in that case, yeah.
So Russia's correct
I mean,
about
but
that?
the thing though is that you have to, it's initiated by one group and then proclaimed by all.
Can you show me where the Eastern Orthodox Church teaches that whoever founded that territory, that they're the mother church of that territory?
Yes, actually, it's in the preconciliar documents to Crete 2016. It's called Granting Autonomy. It touches on autocephaly
Oh,
as
okay.
well.
Would that be from the Council of Crete?
Yes, it would.
Oh, did you know that Antioch didn't accept the Council of Crete, and neither did 4 other patriarchates?
They didn't reject it. They actually signed off.
Actually, they did reject it.
No, they signed off on the preconciliar documents.
Actually, that's not true. But
No,
we
yes,
can
it
get
is.
into
I
that.
read them right before I got here. They signed off on them.
We can get into that. Antioch, and actually not just Antioch, but 4 other patriarchates said that the Council of Crete was indeed not binding. And that's kind of awkward because you just said that because everyone is in communion with Antioch, that must mean that we're all one church. But then you also just said that Crete is binding, but Antioch doesn't
No,
accept Crete.
I
So
didn't
Antioch is out
I
of the
did not
church.
state that Crete
Okay.
was binding. I said that everyone signed a
Is
preconciliar
Crete
document.
universally binding?
No.
It's not universally binding?
Only those documents that everyone has agreed to are universally binding.
Oh, so the only universally binding documents are the ones that everybody agrees upon.
Eventually, that's how we decide dogma.
Is that so it's just about consensus?
Well, it's just about the Vincent.
So it's a
Vincentonian
democracy? The
canon.
Church of Jesus Christ is a democracy? You just vote on it?
Oh, the bishops do.
Do you realize, because you said it yourself in your opening statement, that there were more Arians in the early church than there were Orthodox Christians? So does that mean that if they had gotten together to figure it out, all of the Arians would have voted for Arianism, and Arianism would have been Orthodox Christianity because
Well,
they had
no,
more
because
people?
the church is not a democracy. It
Wait a
forms on
second, the church
consensus.
is not a democracy. You just said that whoever accepts them, everyone that accepts them, that's how we identify
That's not what
orthodoxy.
that's not
but now
what I
you're
said.
saying it's not a
That's-
democracy.
No, that's not what I said.
Which is it?
That's not what I said, and
Okay,
you're being
which is it?
dishonest right now.
Which is it?
What it is all those churches, when they all agree together, that's what it forms. It's not a democracy.
So,
it's a
so when they all agree
consensus-based.
together, and what if one disagrees? Or what if 5 disagree about Crete?
Well, then it's just held off until whenever.
Oh, so then it's not. So what if just one disagrees?
Well,
So
it's
is it just
held off.
So then you can't identify what is Orthodox and what isn't unless everybody agrees on it. And
Until
if
all
one
those
person
churches that were in
disagrees,
communion, until all those churches that were in communion prior to formulating an agreement.
so
Yes.
Ubi, is this the reason that the Eastern Orthodox Church hasn't been able to have an ecumenical council since the Great Schism? Because they can't agree with each other on what is and what isn't?
Or maybe we just don't think there's important issues to
So
discuss.
you think in the last 1,000 years, there have not been any important issues in over 1,000 years that the Eastern Orthodox Church has had to address in 1,000 years.
Well-
We had 7 ecumenical councils in the first 700 years of Christianity, one every 100 years, but in 1,000 years, there haven't been any issues that the Eastern Orthodox Church needs to
No, we
address.
have
Thank
the
you,
parliament- we
Ubi.
have the
We got to move on
parliament
because we don't have much
councils.
time. Is purgatory an Orthodox doctrine?
As I mean,
Is purgatory in Orthodox doctrine?
in some, well, you could say that like there are views similar to it of post-mortem purification. Yeah.
And yeah, so you would say that the Council of Jerusalem taught it, right?
Yeah.
And is the Council of Jerusalem of 1672 binding?
It's been accepted by everyone. Anyone who denies
So,
it is not
so why do so
correct.
many Orthodox reject purgatory nowadays?
Because so many Catholics accept homosexual marriage and contraception.
You just said that Eastern Orthodox reject purgatory because Catholics accept.
No, that's not what I said.
What? Say it again, please, because my heart
I said-
stopped. Say it
you
again.
said-
Say it again, please. I misheard you, Ubie. Say it again. Please say it again.
You said that some Orthodox reject purgatory, and then you tried
Uh-huh.
to use that to write off a binding council. And I said, well, if that's a standard, why don't we just write off Catholic moral teaching?
Oh, we're not debating Catholicism in this debate. How funny that you keep bringing that up and you can't stay on topic. My
But
question
you
was,
would not hold
if
yourself
the-
to that
if the
standard
hold
either.
on a second. We're not pretend that I'm not Catholic, Ubie. Pretend I'm not a Catholic. I want pretend that I'm
All
an
right, so
Eastern
let's
Orthodox.
pretend-
and
so
hold on
then-
a second.
so
It's
wait,
my
let's
cross
pretend
example.
then that you're
on.
just using the Roman
Hold on a
Catholic
second. I
standards.
pretend that I'm an Eastern Orthodox inquirer and I'm trying to make sense of Eastern Orthodoxy and I'm asking you these questions because I wanted to make it make sense. You said that Jerusalem 1672 is a binding council because everyone agreed upon it, which I agree with you, by the way, it's true. But now there are bishops today that say that it's not binding and they actually disregard the canons of that council. My question to you is, if it's binding and they reject it, does that mean that they're not part of the universal church?
What I think is funny, just one moment, is that you
Can you
said-
answer the question?
Yeah, just hold on a second. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Take your time. Take
You
your
said
time.
there's no canon in the Orthodox Church, and you admitted Jerusalem accepted one, and then you're like, yeah, Jerusalem is a binding council, so you just can
So then you just admit, so that's another contradiction. You said that the canon of Scripture isn't a matter of dogma, but Jerusalem 1672, which told us that those seven books do belong in the Bible, you are saying that that's binding. So which is it? Is the
Well,
canon
there's
of
a
Scripture a
minimum.
matter of dogma or no?
It sets a
But
minimum.
But again, let me go back to the question.
No,
All of
it sets a
hold on,
minimum,
hold
and there are
on.
additional
All of
ones.
those bishops that rejected Jerusalem 1672 and reject purgatory and transubstantiation and the canon of Scripture, and they reject all of these things, those bishops have rejected a council that was agreed upon by everybody. The only time it's ever happened in history when they could agree on something. Are they part of the church or not? Because now they're rejecting what this council teaches.
Well, it's formal and informal heretics.
So they're heretics. then.
Formal
So you're
material.
saying that all of the bishops that reject what this 1672 taught, they're all informal heretics?
Well, I mean, if there are bishops who say, who just take an article and go, no, we just can't accept this.
So
We only
they're
believe that
heretics.
they're,
Okay. All right. Thanks, brother. Yeah.
One second, man. Let me get the food out of here. Just, how about we take a few minutes?
You want a couple minutes?
Yeah, just so I can get all the stuff out of here.
Yeah, we're gonna give him a second. 2 minutes just to get it ready.
Got my cigars. You can move that. Got my cigars.
Let's just lift it all at once. There you go, Father. Here. You want to grab that? Just...
You guys just want to hold the mics? Is that gonna be the easiest thing? You'd rather have it in front of you? Okay.
That's perfect. Yes, thank you.
Watch, just kidding. Watch it. Just kidding.
How many minutes do we have, Father Nathan, for the...
I'll take another one.
Yeah, let's get a few orders out here. Yes.
I think I'm good. Back check 1, 2.
All right, we ready?
Yeah, are we so, I think he's just getting us some waters and then we can...
Are you guys having fun?
Ubi, is it hot in here or is it just me?
I'm actually cold right now,
You're cold.
but I'm always cold, so
Oh man, I'm pretty.
that's why I moved to Las Vegas. Thank you so much, Father. Thank you so much, Father Nathan.
Thank you, Father. Yeah, whenever we...
Cross.
You ready?
Cross.
Let's get it on.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for you, Alex, right away. Wait, let us know. Do we have? I think we have an extra 4 minutes on it too, right?
We have an extra 5 minutes.
Oh, so nice. Thank you. It was only 4.5 when I stopped early, so I appreciate the extra one.
There's 4 of those around here.
Yeah. So, a question for you: can dogma be set as a minimum?
Can dogma be set as a minimum? What do you mean by that?
So, could you say that X is dogma, but you can believe something beyond that?
As long as it doesn't contradict X, yeah.
Okay, and you can do the same with practices, correct?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so that's a situation with the canon in the Orthodox Church in Jerusalem, 1672.
That's an
It sets
issue
a
of what?
minimum. That is a situation of the canon in the Orthodox Church in Jerusalem, 1672. It sets a minimum because the book's under dispute, and they're not even under dispute. It's two specifically, and I forget their names. I think it's 4th Maccabees and
Right.
3rd or 4th
Third
Esdras.
Esdras, yeah.
Now, as for the canon in the Catechism of St. Philaret, it has to do with whether or not the books are, I think they use different terms more so as I've researched it. They don't reject those books. It's not like Protestantism where they go, no, these are just completely unacceptable. Forget it.
Actually, the Catechism of St. Philaret, I can pull it up. I have it here.
Well, I know. I'm asking when it describes the books,
Yeah,
what is the meaning of that term? How did they use
It says
it?
that they don't belong in the Old Testament. That's what it says.
Can you get the actual quotation?
Yeah. Well, let me find it really quick. I have it right.
Because Russian
I have it right here.
Bibles have those books in them.
So, and that's another question is, so we have Russian Bibles that do have the Deuterocanonical books in there, but they have a catechism that says that those books don't belong in there.
So can you get the actual quotation?
Sure, yeah. Let me see.
I want to see it saying, these don't belong in here.
Sure. So for canon of scripture, so the Philaretic Catechism, it's going to be points 31 through 35. Let me pull it up really quick, and we can show it on the screen. The Philaretic Catechism, I have it right here. 1 second.
Excuse
Points
me.
31 through 35. Please bear with me.
It was a
'cause
great sandwich, by the way. Really great. Did you guys enjoy your sandwiches? Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's give it for the cooks.
Our compliments to the chefs. Sure, so 31 through 35. So let me, how do I share this again? Oh, wait, I think I know how to do it. I think I figured it out.
Watch out, you have a cord behind you.
So right here, I hope everybody can see it. Are we good?
Can you just read it? Because
Sure,
the time's counting down.
Sure, yeah. So the Philaretic Catechism, starting in point 31, it's a question and answer format, as you're aware. So the question 31 says, how many books are in the Old Testament? And then they quote St. Cyril of Jerusalem, St. Athanasius the Great, St. John of Damascus reckon them 22, agreeing therein with the Jews who so reckon them in the original Hebrew. So Athanasius, this is just a citation. So it says, only the ones that are in the Hebrew, that's the 66th book canon. If we keep reading on, it says, why should we attend to the reckoning of the Hebrews? Because, as the Apostle Paul says, unto there were committed the oracles of God. And by the way, these are all Protestant arguments, because the Russians were heavily influenced by Calvinism. And then if you go down to 34, why is there no notice taken in this enumeration of the books of the Old Testament, of the books of the wisdom of the son of Sirach, and of certain others? And it says right there, because they do not exist in Hebrew. How are we to regard these last named books? And he says, Athanasius the Great says that they have been appointed of the fathers to be read by proselytes who are preparing for admission into the church. So right here, when the question asks how many books are in the Old Testament, it says in 31, it says the 22 book canon, which corresponds to the 66 books that Protestants have in their Old Testament. And then it goes on to say, they explicitly ask about those other books.
So where
and
does
they
it
say
say they
that,
don't
that they're
belong?
not Hebrew. Because it asks how many of the books are in the Old Testament. It says those, and then it says why should we attend to the reckoning of the Hebrews? Because they have the oracles of God. And then it says specifically in 34, how are we to know I need to zoom in on this. The books of the Old Testament, specifically of wisdom, and the son of Sirach, and of certain others. And it just says, basically the question is, why aren't they in the Bible? And it says, because they do not exist in the Hebrew. And it says, how do we regard them? And it says, people that are coming into the church can read them, and that's it.
Okay, so it's different levels of canonicity is what it is, and it's the same thing in the Greek tradition as well.
Okay, so there's different levels of canonicity. So the question, what I want to know is, has the Eastern Orthodox Church ever answered the question, are they inspired or not?
Well, that depends on what's meant by inspired.
Meaning that they're of divine origin.
Well, I mean,
That literally the Holy Spirit wrote these books. How many books did the Holy Spirit write? That's the question.
I don't think that the church has ever gotten into whether or not something was dictated from the mouth of the Holy Spirit to writers. I don't think that level of precision is involved. I think the question in the East is always whether or not they can be read in church. And so Father Nathan, by that standard, that's what canon means, what can be allowed in church.
Right.
So Father Nathan's church, by that standard, has a larger canon than your church.
That's actually not true. The canons of, if you actually read the Eastern Catholic Catechisms, that's actually not true. The Eastern Catholic Catechisms actually teach that the 73 books that the Catholic Church has always held to, that the 73 books are the only inspired books. Now, you're right, there is a difference between inspiration and canonicity. All inspired books are canonical, but not all canonical books are inspired.
You missed what I was saying, because the definition of canon in the East is what can be read in the churches.
But the question that we want to know is what is inspired, because you will admit that in the early church, there were books that were read in the early church that are no longer read today in any of our churches, right?
You mean like Hermas?
Like Hermas and Clement and the Didache, and although there are some Orthodox groups that do have those books in their canon.
Such as who?
But the question is,
who has that in the canon?
So there are, for example, the Orthodox Christians of North Africa. There are Orthodox Christians in North Africa that have those books in their canon.
Really, who?
They do. The Orthodox Christians of North Africa in the Alexandria Patriarch in Ethiopia and Eritrea.
Well, Ethiopia is a monophysite church.
Okay, yeah.
It's not Eastern. It's not a Byzantine church.
Are there any Greek Orthodox Christians in Northeast Africa?
If there are, well, there are, but they don't follow the Ethiopian canon. They follow the Alexandrian canon, which is the one at Jerusalem.
Okay, so then all those books in that canon, are they considered divinely inspired or not?
Divine and inspired in some way. I mean, the question again is, do they belong? Can they be read in church? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the books that Father Nathan can read at church is much larger than the books that, say, a Latin Rite Catholic can read in the church.
But the question is of inspiration.
No, the question in the East is what can be read in the church. You resent the fact that I keep arguing against a standard that you're setting up. You say we're not talking about Catholicism, we're talking about, well, hold on, can I say
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
You say we're not talking about Catholicism, we're talking about Orthodoxy.
Right.
But then you don't want your standard critiqued. I'm critiquing your standard to point out why it's not a good standard.
Okay, so then tell me, what standard can you use? What standard can the Eastern Orthodox Church use to let us know what books belong in the Bible and don't belong in the Bible?
The same one I've told you multiple times.
And so then you admit that there are different lists, different collections in the Eastern Orthodox Church. Some have 73, some 76 of books that can and cannot be read.
The actual difference is only about 2 books.
So they're not united in the canon. Eastern Orthodoxy is not united in the canon?
Over 2 books that I don't think are even liturgically read anymore.
So Eastern Orthodoxy is not united in the canon over just 2 books?
No, we're united in the core books.
Okay, but Moscow would say that those core books are only 66.
No, because they said that there are other books that can be read. Those are in Russian Bibles that are published by the Patriarchate.
But they say that only the 66 books are the books that can be considered divinely inspired. But maybe let's move.
Well, again, you're missing the point. There's what can be allowed in the church, read in the church. That's a separate question from divine inspiration. It's not one that really even matters to
and why
us,
can certain books be read in certain churches and not others?
because they have correct dogma.
Because they have correct dogma. Okay.
The church judges the Bible, not the other way around. Am I correct?
The church, say it again?
The church judges the Bible, not the other way around.
The
Correct?
church judges the Bible? Is that the,
The church,
question?
the church put it together, correct?
The church put it together.
approved it, correct?
So when the church put the Bible together, you agree that the Eastern Orthodox, that they accept the North African code, right, of the North African councils of the late 4th and 5th centuries?
Well, you're assuming that by accept, we mean that it's a binding rule as opposed to something that can be used. It's accepted via Trullo, which accepted hundreds and hundreds of canons. Many of them are contradictory.
So there's hundreds of different canons in Eastern Orthodoxy that contradict each other.
No, that's not what I said.
You just said that Council of
I said
Trullo
there are
had-
hundreds of canons, some of which
Oh,
contradict one
I'm
another.
sorry. You mean the canons of the council, not the canons of Scripture.
So, for example,
So,
yes.
okay, that was my fault. Sorry.
So,
Yeah.
so for example, Trullo, they accept the canon of North Africa, which, by the way, was always being renewed and edited. It was not a consistent thing. So they accepted that from, I think, the year 419. They accepted, Laodicea and much others. You have to understand that canons are broken down in terms of canonical literature. Not talking about the canon of the Bible. They're broken down into those that are, say, pastoral. Those are for administrative purposes. Ones that are pastoral can be used by the bishop at his discretion. So, for example, even though up to 3 marriages are allowed in the Orthodox Church, most bishops are going to be very, very, very hesitant to give anyone more than 2, and they're also going to want to know exactly what happened with the first one. For example, in a case with adultery, the bishop is not going to grant someone who committed adultery a second marriage. They're probably going to grant it to the innocent spouse, which, by the way, the Catholic Church is finally coming around to.
The Catholic Church is coming around to what? We're not debating the Catholic Church, but it's okay. You don't got to.
Oh, shoot, I accidentally got, I think I knocked my microphone, I apologize.
Oh,
Some water on it.
we had a wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah.
You can come up. We good?
Well, we had a water bottle malfunction.
Okay.
Can you still hear me all right, Jonathan?
So what do you make of the medieval canonists and scholars that say that, so for example, there's a Father Patrick Viscuso, he's an Orthodox professor of canon law at the Antiochian House of Studies.
I have his book.
And the book, The Orthodox Canon Law. In that book, he says that the later Byzantine, and this is about divorce and remarriage, he says that the later Byzantine canonical sources that discuss the grounds of divorce and remarriage were based not on the New Testament, but on the legislative work of the Byzantine Emperor Justinian the Great. And then he says, he documents how the 3 of the most renowned medieval Eastern Orthodox canonists, John Zanoras, Theodore Balsamon, and Alexios Aristenos, all treated Emperor Justinian's civil code as a valid canonical interpretation of St. Basil the Great's very odd allowance of remarriage after divorce. So these scholars say that it's actually the Justinian code that the Eastern Orthodox are following, not anything that comes from the New Testament.
No, I don't agree with that analysis.
That's what the scholars say, though.
I know, but education was
So
also an all-time low.
are the scholars wrong when they say that?
Are you okay that Alex is up on the screen and you are not?
Oh yeah, is that
Whatever you
okay?
want. Well, you can have.
I was just reading. Yeah,
Are
they
we
can
too
read what
far
I'm
from each
reading. Yeah.
other?
If you want me to turn it off, I'll turn it off.
No, in that
Are the
case,
scholars wrong?
Those, the names of Zonaras and the others, well, they were wrong about a lot of things. They were wrong about the Sardican canons.
So they're wrong in saying that the Eastern Orthodox Church, all of these great, and these are the most renowned scholars of the medieval time in Eastern Orthodoxy.
It was a really sad time.
Say that again?
I mean, saying this was the greatest scholars of the medieval time is these are the greatest scholars of,
It's like being the nicest guy in prison, huh?
Yeah. No, it's like saying the smartest guy in the ghetto. I mean, it's just it's not.
Okay. Well, there's some smart people. I come from the ghetto. What are you talking about?
No, you don't.
Anyway,
You come from Santa Fe.
Albuquerque. What are you talking about, Santa Fe?
Is Albuquerque that bad? I've
I'm
never
from the
been
street,
there.
son. Anyway.
Oh.
Anyway. Okay, so these candidates were incorrect about divorce and remarriage, right?
I mean, I would have to see their specific remarks on it. Because I made a documentary about divorce and remarriage called Divorce and Remarriage in the Church Fathers, I want to say. It's about 2 hours long. It's up for free on my channel. You can watch
Right.
it. And I go through all of the evidence.
Right. So Zanoras, so he says, this is a quote from him, where he says that Basil, he states that these things prevailed according to the ecclesiastical custom of the time, and from the novel of the Emperor Justinian, promulgated later concerning the dissolution of marriage, which is situated in Book 28, Title 7 of the Basilica, and the following is reckoned amongst the causes by which it is permissible for women to dissolve marriage. So if the husband lies with another woman in the same house or city, and after being warned on the part of the wife, he does not desist from sexual intercourse with that woman, it is permitted for wives to dissolve marriage on account of jealousy. So Zenoris is saying that the canons of Justinian say that you can get divorced just if you're jealous. And then Balsamon says that that when St. Basil was asked about what ought to happen to the spouses if one of them might enter another marriage or even fornicate, that he made a reply from a various writing and the custom held at the time, but since novel 117 of Justinian, situated in Title 7 of Book 28, all but transformed everything in such a canon. So these scholars are saying that Justinian's code, the civil imperial law, is what was superimposed onto Canon 9 of St. Basil the Great, and that was the hermeneutic interpretive key of that canon, and that is what allowed for divorce and remarriage. So it started with the Emperor Justinian.
So if I recall correctly, St. Basil states that the man, if he is cheated on, he might divorce and remarry, but the woman, and he cites the local custom of the time,
cannot.
He states he doesn't think it's fair, but he goes, this is just the custom.
So, and then Justinian is now saying you can get divorced and remarried whether you're a man or a woman. You can initiate a divorce or initiate a marriage. And the reason that we're going through all of this is to show that your own Eastern Orthodox scholars are saying that this is something that comes from the Roman civil law, not from the ecclesial law.
Is Justinian a saint?
Justinian is indeed a saint.
So a saint said that women could remarry?
And saints are not infallible. Saints can be in error on many things.
Okay, but a saint said that.
Oh wait, Saint Justinian is a saint? For you guys, he's a saint, but...
Well, no, he's a business... Father Nathan, is Saint Justinian a saint in your church? Yeah, he is.
Well, here's the thing, though.
If Saint
Actually,
Gregory
no.
Palamas
Justinian is not a saint in the Eastern Catholic churches either.
Really?
Justinian isn't a saint. No, Justinian was a Monophysite, and he was Theodora.
No, he was not. He was a Monophysite. No.
His wife Theodora, and Theodora is also a saint in the Eastern Orthodox Church.
What is your evidence that he was a Monophysite?
She was a Monophysite. Say it again.
Okay, well, we can set aside Theodora. What is
Sure.
your evidence that Saint Justinian was a Monophysite?
So Justinian, towards the end of his life, he was actually had favoritism towards the Monophysites, and scholars say that the reason Justinian wanted Constantinople II to get ratified so bad was because we know that Constantinople II was once again reiterating the condemnation on Nestorianism, so he was against Nestorianism, but the reason he wanted to get ratified so bad was to bring the Monophysites back in, because he was actually favorable to Monophysite theology.
So was there anything in the Second Council of Constantinople that was actually Monophysite?
Well, because it was actually going against Nestorianism, not monophysitism.
Okay, but
because what Justinian was trying to do was he was trying to reconcile the Chalcedon.
So is there
with
anything?
Monophysism.
Is there anything in the Second Council of Constantinople that's Monophysite?
No, because if there had been,
All right, so
Pope
then what is your
Julius
evidence? What is your
reiterated
evidence
it.
then that Justinian was a Monophysite? Because I think what's happening
Mm-hmm.
is you're confusing the fact that as he got older, he became senile, and he indulged in something known as aphthartodocetism when he was senile. Okay, now I don't know what bizarre things I'm going to indulge in theologically if I live long enough to be senile. Some would argue I'm already senile, but I hope that people don't judge me based on what I decide to do as someone who's senile. I don't think it's charitable to.
No, and I would agree, but we can go back to the beginning, is that Justinian's code, which he promulgated when he wasn't senile, that Justinian's code is what the Eastern Orthodox Church actually appeals to in order to justify their teaching on divorce and remarriage. Roman civil law, not anything from the Old Testament.
I made a whole documentary on it. We appeal on various other canons as well. I mean, anyone here can just go watch a documentary.
The only canon is Canon 9 from Basil, and Basil's Canon 9 doesn't say what the Eastern Orthodox Church uses today.
In terms of whether or not a woman who was cheated on could remarry in that specific instance.
It says that
Now
a
you
man
do
would
see
be able to...
see from the West. You see, I believe it's Saint Theodore of Canterbury. He actually allows it, and that's pre-schism. He actually allows women to remarry.
He allows women to remarry?
Yeah, he allows women to remarry. Saint Theodore of Canterbury, if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay.
You also have a situation, for example, I'll give you an example. I want to say it was, I forget the name of the Pope, but it's in a documentary. he told, what was that name of the missionary to the Germans? He said if a wife cannot fulfill conjugal obligations, that the husband might remarry, even while the wife is alive. That was from a pope. You have synods from Rome, I believe in the 800s, even allowing for remarriage after divorce.
One second, I'm trying to pull something up. So really quick, I want to know, so what is the standard for an ecumenical council, for a universal council?
Can you define ecumenical? Because there's a historical meaning to that.
You're right. I don't like the word ecumenical because we know that it means imperial, just a universally binding council. What is the standard for a universally binding council?
The standard is that everyone who is in communion prior to the definition accepts it and remains in communion after.
Prior to what definition?
The definition they decide to promulgate.
The definition that was set to promulgate the council?
So let's say a council is called and there's 10 churches there.
Yeah.
Let's say 8 of them accept it and 2 don't. Well,
Okay.
that's not really a binding decision, is it? Because if it's based on consensus, you have to have the consensus.
So you have to have, okay, so you're saying that you have to have a consensus of the entire church in order for a council to be binding, but you would admit that a lot of our ecumenical councils from the first millennium didn't have a consensus, right?
Yeah, and they weren't binding councils until they did.
So they weren't binding councils until they did. So are you saying that the Council of Chalcedon wasn't a binding council until they got a Greek patriarch in Alexandria?
Well, they had a Greek patriarch in Alexandria during Chalcedon. His name was Saint Proterius.
But you would admit that the Greeks, the Alexandrian Christians who rejected Chalcedon, they were there and they rejected it, and they're the Oriental Orthodox Church now.
No, most of Egypt was not Monophysite until about the Islamic conquest.
But still, it remains that Chalcedon was a council that not everybody agreed upon. One patriarchate disagreed about Chalcedon, yet Chalcedon is still
Which patriarchate
universally.
disagreed on it?
So Alexandria.
Well, no, they accepted it. They had it. I mean, up until the Islamic conquest, I think they entered. The Muslims entered Alexandria in 641, I think. So until prior to that, do you realize that in the mid-6th century, there were only 4 or 5 Monophysite bishops out of a synod of 100 bishops?
But according to your standard, though, just with those 4 or 5,
That's not my standard.
you're
It's a
saying
decision
that
of the synod.
you're saying that if there's even one that
No, I didn't say
that's
that.
not universal.
I didn't say that if there's even one bishop in a synod is decided,
Mm-hmm.
just like in the Roman Catholic Church, it is overwhelming majority.
Mm-hmm.
And so in most cases, a patriarch will not vote against a synod because they can depose him. And so even in the case of the Armenians,
Mm-hmm.
all 3 Catholicoi of the Armenians accepted it. The inheritor of the Armenian Church, the Armenian Chalcedonian Church, is actually the Georgians.
But you would admit that Alexander Dioscorus did not initially Chalcedon. He rejected Chalcedon, and that's why they excommunicated him, and that's not known as
No,
the
they
Oriental Orthodox Church.
excommunicated him because they summoned him to a council 3 times, and he refused to come. It's in the actual conciliar acts.
Are you saying that Dioscorus actually accepted Chalcedon?
I'm saying it doesn't matter because they summoned
Wait,
him 3 times.
Hold on. You just said that there needs to be consensus, but then when I bring out an instance where there isn't consensus and a patriarch disagrees, you said that now it doesn't matter.
So
why
in
is
the
that
apostolic
inconsistent?
canons, does it say
Mm-hmm.
that if a cleric is summoned 3 times, after the 3rd time, the council may depose them for non-attendance? Does it say that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That is the condition under which Dioscorus was deposed. The council then went on to formulate a definition without him because he broke the canons and was deposed canonically. That's why.
Because he wasn't part of the church?
He was deposed because he wouldn't
Okay.
show up even though they kept summoning him.
So at that point, he wasn't part of the church?
Not
you would
well,
say?
he was a deposed cleric.
Okay.
So I mean, he might be as a layman, but
Okay.
he was no longer the patriarch. He's no longer a bishop. He was no longer a priest.
Who can depose patriarchs now?
Well, the situation in Bulgaria, and I want to say, was it 95 or 98, I forget, they had a situation where you had rival patriarchs. And so you had the ecumenical patriarch summoned an ecumenical council, well, so-called ecumenical. It wasn't imperial, but all of the patriarchates came together. They decided who the lawful patriarch was. They decided in favor of Maxim, and they went home, and it was done. So when you say that we can't handle a council, we can't call one for, say, 1,000 years, we called one in the 90s. We had the Paulimite councils.
And is it universally, the Paulimite councils? So first of all, the one in the 90s, was that universally binding?
Every single Patriarchate accepted it. They
So-
all showed up. They all voted in favor of Maxim.
So in the 90s, they had a universally binding council.
Yes.
And you mentioned Constantinople V, right? So Constantinople V, that's a universally binding council?
Well, the series of councils known as the Ptolemaic
Right.
Councils.
Okay.
I mean, how could they not be when we commemorate them during Lent?
No, well, I actually agree with you, but here's the problem. So Constantinople V, which is actually a collection of 3 synods, right? 1341, 1347, and 1351, which taught Paulinism. But the thing that Eastern Orthodox always failed to bring up is that there was actually another synod that was held in 1345, in which the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople actually condemned and excommunicated Gregory Palamas, as well as Palamas' disciple, Isidore Bukiras. But 2 years later, a supporter of Palamas, John Cantacuzene, became the emperor.
Cantacuzene.
There you go, thank you. And he called the synod of 1347, in which he deposed the Patriarch of Constantinople, John the 14th, and he replaced him with Isidore Bukiras, who was the exact guy that John the 14th had just excommunicated 2 years before.
Mm-hmm.
So what we see here, the reason that Constantinople V, or the Palamite synods, are considered binding on Eastern Orthodoxy is because a Palamite emperor put in a Palamite patriarch, and together they enforced Palamism onto the entire church. And it's exactly like what happened with the Code of Justinian that allowed for divorce and remarriage in the imperial law. You could say that the Palamite councils were enforced through the imperial power, and that would be the only.
Do you venerate St. Gregory Palamas as a saint?
Say that again?
Do you venerate him as a saint?
I sure do,
Do you
yep.
celebrate his memory and the council's
sure
memory
do,
during
yep,
it? Okay.
yep.
So in other words, the emperor was unright to do it. It's theologically correct.
But here's the problem
Because
that I'm asking
because on
you.
the one hand, you're criticizing how they did it, but then you're like, oh yeah, he's a saint. The theology is perfectly acceptable, but beware. Yeah.
I'm talking
Okay.
about the canonical implications of, you're saying that an emperor is able to just remove a patriarch that he doesn't like and put in a patriarch that he does like.
Well, legally they can do that, but that doesn't make dogma. What makes dogma is
And-
all of what makes dogma is again all of the patriarchates agreeing.
And by the way, let me just say that saying that Gregory Palamas is a saint, what that means, all that means is that he's in heaven. It doesn't necessarily mean for us that he was right in every single thing that he taught.
Is my
But-
grandma a saint?
Say that again?
Is my grandma a saint?
Is your grandma a saint? Is your grandma dead?
Yeah,
I hope she's a saint, brother.
yeah, I hope so. I mean,
Is
so
she-
saint just means you're in heaven.
You're in heaven, right?
Okay.
You think your grandma was infallible?
Oh, she's a wonderful lady.
Oh, okay, all right. We'll leave it at that. Well, speaking of, I'm glad you brought that up, and not your grandmother, rest in peace. We're talking about Palamas. So, okay, so you as an Eastern Orthodox, you actually, so you would say, for example, Constantinople I, the Ecumenical Council of Constantinople I, that is a binding council, right? It's binding on your conscience.
Well, I mean,
Is
yes.
it
at this
is
point,
it
at this
dogmatic?
point, yes. At
It's
this
dogma-
point.
okay.
At this point.
Right,
yes.
because it was accepted at Chalcedon.
Well, the Western Church, they didn't explicitly accept it until the early 500s.
Okay, so you would say something about Constantinople II and III, right? It's dogmatically binding for all Orthodox?
Once all of the patriarchates accept it, there's no choice.
And then Constantinople IV as well?
Yeah, once all of the patriarchates accept it, there's no choice.
Okay, did all the patriarchates accept so your Constantinople IV is Constantinople 869?
Did
And-
what?
So Constantinople 869, right? That's the
What
one that,
about it?
and you believe that that's a dogmatically binding council?
No, if I recall correctly, I'm trying to think back because I read the Conciliary Acts of 869 a while ago, but I'm trying not to delve too deep into it until
Right.
Price comes out with the 879 Acts.
Right.
If I recall correctly, it wasn't accepted by all of the patriarchates.
So Constantinople IV wasn't accepted by all the patriarchates?
869.
869?
I don't believe so.
The reason I'm asking is
And,
because
and the reason is that even Father Richard Price, who translated it,
Yeah.
he doesn't think that Rome ever accepted Constantinople 869.
So that's why I'm asking, because if Rome didn't accept it, like Father Richard Price says, but we have many Orthodox that say that they call that the eighth ecumenical council.
869?
869 or 869?
869 is the one that was abrogated.
I'm talking it's called the Eighth Ecumenical Council by some Orthodox.
879.
Constantinople IV.
Yeah, 879.
879.
Yes. What
Okay,
about it?
so you consider 879 Constantinople IV to be an ecumenical
Well, it's
council?
a binding council, yeah.
It's a binding universal
Everyone's
council.
accepted that. It's 869 that Father Price thinks Rome didn't accept it. And
Right.
the first session had 12 bishops.
Okay, so then what? Okay, well, again, we're not debating Catholicism, but okay, so
No,
you
no,
agree- yeah.
mentioning 12 bishops is not Catholicism.
Right, so you accept from everything from Constantinople I to Constantinople V. I know this might be a little awkward, Ubi. I would like to direct your attention towards the screen.
What is it?
There's something that I wanted to show you. Give me 1 second. I wanted to see, there's 2 quotes that I have that I'd like to show you. There's 2 quotes that I don't know if you're able to see it on the screen. So there's 2 quotes side by side. I know it's super awkward because I mean, maybe I could just read them to you.
Sure, read them.
Okay, there's 2 quotes side by side. So one quote says, basically it's saying,
Well, who are they from, first off?
well, I'll get to that, but there's a reason that I'm going to get to that because there's something that I want to. Yeah, go ahead and read it
I'm
yourself.
losing patience here.
There
Okay.
you go. Me too.
If anyone, however anyone calls.
If, however,
Travels
anyone,
around.
you're reading it, and the audience is reading it too.
So, I'm a character of the nature, we do not deny to respect to calls, others calls.
So when you read these, all I'm going to ask you, Ubi, the question for you is, with these quotes, all I want to know is, are these quotes Orthodox or they're heterodox?
Well,
or
I
is
would
one
have to know, because this is dealing with the Trinity, I would have to know which language are translated from, because cause means different things in each patristic situation. So in Greek, for example, it's aitia, and that refers to something that that hypostatically generates another hypostatic.
Right.
Hypostasis, whereas in Latin, causa just means anything that's involved.
So the first quote, would you say that was that Orthodox or was that heterodox, the first quote?
What language does it translate from? I don't know.
It's from Greek.
It's from Greek, okay.
Yeah. Because it was originally written in Greek. So the question that I have for you is this the first quote Orthodox or heterodox? Can you read the quotes out loud? Sure, yeah. So basically, the part that is the most important is where it says, for one is direct. So it's talking about the Trinity, right? About the procession of the Holy Spirit. It says, for one is directly from the first cause, and another by that which is directly from the first cause. So it's saying the Father begets the Son, and then the Holy Spirit comes from the Son. So that's the first quote.
I mean, again, I'd literally have to look at it in Greek and Latin
So-
to see if it's translated correctly. I mean,
Well,
for one,
just
it's
a-
directly
a-
from, because what happened is that
Yeah.
you get translations from Greek done by people who have an axe to grind, and they
So-
start to import in Latin terminology. So for one is directly from the first cause, another by that which is directly from the first cause.
Yeah, so you've been Eastern Orthodox for 20 years, so just what you know as an
22.
Orthodox, is the first quote Orthodox or is it heterodox? That part in red.
I need to see it in the original language.
You need to see it in the original. You read Greek?
Yes.
You read Greek and you can
Absolutely.
see.
Do you?
So,
Do you?
no, I don't. I don't
Oh,
read Greek.
it's-
That's why I'm
it's
showing it
fine.
to you in English because I don't read Greek.
Well, I thought it was for the
Does anyone here
audience.
read Greek? We have an English-speaking audience, so I think we should stick to English. But just taking that at face value, would you say that quote is an Orthodox quote or a heterodox quote? Just at face value. Just what I presented here on the screen. What would you say? Or if you want to maybe read the second quote, and I'll read it out loud for the audience too. Maybe the second quote might be easier because the second quote, the relevant part, also talking about
it
the
just
same.
went out.
Oh, did it go out? Hold on. Sorry about that. I unplugged it. Let me reshare it.
Okay.
So the second quote, the relevant part, it's talking about the same thing. It says, so in the red where it says, because of this, the Spirit is mentioned after the Son of the Father, because we are not able to pronounce both of them at the same time with our tongue, just as they came forth from the Father. So what would you say about that quote? Is that Orthodox or heterodox?
That's from one of the 3 Cappadocians, I believe.
The second one is from the Cappadocians?
I think so. I'm not really into Trinitarian thought in terms of like the filioque debate.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, that's not your expertise,
It's
right?
not my wheelhouse. I'm more into history, but I mean,
Okay.
I would something like that. I would have to look at the whole work and then look at the languages.
But would
and-
you, based on just what it says there in English, would you be comfortable in saying that one is Orthodox and one is heterodox, or they're both Orthodox, both heterodox? What would you say?
Well, again, I'd have to see it in the original language and
You
look
would
at the
have to
whole
see it in
work.
the original language?
Yeah.
So would you agree that they contradict each other based on what you said? Because basically one is because you brought up the filioque, it seems like one is teaching the filioque, but another one is saying no. Another one is saying...
one of them teaches a hypostatic procession. From
Yes,
the
one
Father
is
and
teaching a
Son.
hypostatic procession of the
Which
Holy
one do you
Spirit.
think is?
It's in the first one.
So let's see.
So maybe read it again. Tell me if that is Orthodox or not Orthodox. And you might want to read the entire quote from the top so that you can, and again, bear with us, guys. This is important. It's important to this debate. For those of you who love filioque and all that, and both Ubie and I admit that neither of us are that's not really our expertise about, the filioque, but both of us do know enough that we'd be able to tell if one is Orthodox or one is heterodox.
Is it distinguished from another? But I believe that is that one is a first cause, another is a cause, and again is that which is of a cause we recognize another. Distinction, that one is directly from the first cause, another by that which is directly from the first cause, when begotten abides. I mean, the first one, honestly, whoever's dealing with it is dealing with it in terms of Aristotelian logic. Just speaking about causes and various causes. So that could really be, anyone from, whenever. And then the second one, the first Son of the Spirit would seem to be a son. The second one, though, seems to be more so from the Cappadocians, but I'm not seeing anything about a hypostatic filioque in it. I don't see anything saying that the Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son as from one cause, which is a hallmark of the filioque.
So it says that the attribute of being only, in the first quote, the attribute of being only begotten abides without doubt in the Son and the interposition of the Son, while it guards his attribute of being only begotten, does not shut out the Spirit from his relation by way or of nature to the Father. And then in the second one, it says, so if you look at the yellow quotes, right, it's almost saying the exact same thing, but they're coming to different conclusions. The yellow quote in the second one says, so when the Son is placed directly with the Father, he preserves his own only begottenness without hindering the Spirit from being from the Father by procession. So they both come to the same conclusion about the procession of the Spirit, but they both take different routes to get there, because the first quote says that it's from the Father and the Son together, and the second quote says that the Holy Spirit, the Son and the Holy Spirit proceed from the Father at the same time, and that's why he says in the quote that we can't pronounce the name of the Son and of the Spirit with our tongues at the same time. So basically what he's saying is that the Son and the Holy Spirit are both like the second person of the Holy Trinity at the same time that come down together. Would you say that that's Orthodox or is that heterodox?
Well, I don't think that's what he's saying, because your position, in order to prove a hypostatic filioque, you have to say that the Spirit proceeds from the Son and the Father as from one source. So saying that both of them are involved, we can agree with that. We call it the energetic filioque or energetic procession. So you have to be very precise in what you mean. And I don't think that those quotations are necessarily precise enough. And on top of it, to be entirely honest with you, again, I'm not necessarily interested in the filioque. Not that I don't think it's important, no.
Right.
In terms of, it's not an area that I study heavily. So for something like that, I would go defer to someone like, say, Perry Robinson.
Okay, so
who's an actual metaphysicist.
So you would say, one second.
I have a question for you. St. Maximus,
Sure, go
the
ahead.
Confessor. So you're aware of his letter to Marinus about the filioque?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's an Orthodox statement on the filioque?
The letter of Orthodox as in like little o Orthodox, or like Orthodox as in Eastern Orthodox?
Little o.
Little o, yeah, I would say it's Orthodox.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you say that it's a correct expression of the Roman Catholic teaching on the filioque?
Yeah, I haven't read it in a while, but yeah, from what I remember from it,
So
it was
why did the
Orthodox.
Latins reject it at Florence?
Well, as you know,
Because it was proposed by the Greeks, and Latins go, no, this isn't good, no.
So as you know, the reason that they were very hesitant to accept anything at that council is because they knew that they had forgeries among them, and they just weren't sure if that was
Okay,
actually
but the Greeks
correct back to
proposed
this or
it.
not.
The Greeks proposed it as a bridge of union. They could have taken that formula. The Greeks took that formula, and at Florence they go, "No, this isn't good enough. This formula is faulty."
Right, and they say that the reason they didn't, if that was the one that they rejected, because we're not too sure what it was that they actually rejected.
No,
they
we're
didn't-
quite sure. We're quite sure because the Greeks came and they go, "If we word it this way, is this an acceptable form of union?" And the Latins at Florence said, "No."
So again, the debate is about whether it was authentic or not.
No, the debate, because it didn't, to them, the Greeks took it and said, okay, let's take the language from this, the theology from this, put it here. Is this something that can bridge the gap? So it totally removes whether it's authentic or not. It's purely the theology itself.
But you would say that the Eastern Orthodox bishops still signed off on whatever the decision was at the beginning, right?
For what?
And at Florence.
No.
The Eastern Orthodox bishops didn't accept Florence when it first happened?
Well, there were 32 bishops there. 30 of them accepted it.
Right.
And then you have hundreds of other bishops back home. And then those councils there, when they went back to it, because here's the thing, does the signature of a legate, is that binding upon the person who sent them?
Is the signature of a legate binding?
Upon the person who empowers them.
The signature of a legate binding upon the person who empowers them? No.
Okay, because all of those bishops there were legates. So what you're saying is these legates accepted it, therefore the people who sent them and empowered them are bound by the legates' decisions. That's your whole argument on Florence.
That the legate signed off and then they went back and then they reneged on the...
Your argument hinges on a legate binding the person who empowers them, as opposed to the person empowering them having to affirm the legate's decision because a legate's decision is typically just a rain check. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember what a rain check is. It's okay. I see some ladies there who look very young, but you remember. Yeah, you go, well, I'm going to put money down on this, and if I don't come back by a certain time, I don't get it. It's sort of like a minor down payment.
Right.
Well, that's what a legate's decision is. Now, if you argue that a legate's decision does indeed bind the person who sent them, you have to accept that Pope Nicholas, accepted the deposition of Ignatius because his legates accepted it. Now, Nicholas didn't. He didn't back up the decision of the legates at all. In fact, one of them he just hushed away, and the other he hushed away for a bit. And then I want to say he got a bishopric somewhere in Italy, probably somewhere nice with air conditioning. But
I know, I want to take my shirt off too. It's hot.
Well, I'm actually kind of cold right now.
Oh man, you're crazy.
So
and really quick, just to make sure for the audience, because I don't want to lose the audience. Remember how we said that we don't want to get too in the weeds for the audience? We want to keep it. How's the audience feeling?
Are we too in the
You
weeds
guys want
for
us
you
to get
guys?
back into? Are we okay? Is the audience all right? Can we okay? Just making sure. Maybe we need to get back to what are we debating again? Ubi? We're debating if the Eastern Orthodox Church is the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church.
Yeah,
So
sure.
let's get back to that. Let's discuss that.
Okay.
Okay. So according to the Eastern Orthodox Church,
Hey, what's that noise back there? All right.
oh man.
Yeah. I'm surprised at how many women there are here today. There's quite a few. I mean, I didn't know there were this many women who were interested in church history, which is very heartwarming because most of our parishes are just absolute boys' clubs. So, yeah.
How much
okay.
time do we have, Father? Another 25 or 23?
All right. Okay.
All right.
So what do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the thesis of the debate. Make your best case for why the Eastern Orthodox Church is one and Catholic.
Because it follows the standard of the first millennium.
And what is that?
That standard is that you are one because of apostolic succession and correct dogma, which then are the ingredients for baptism, valid Eucharist, which are the unifying factors as discussed.
Okay, so you're saying that correct dogma is how you identify the four pillars?
With apostolic succession. You have to have both. It's like a mother and a father.
Well, apostolic succession is one of the pillars, right? Apostolic?
Yeah.
So the way that it works is that you find the church with the four pillars to be able to identify what is dogma. But you are saying that the church with the correct dogma is the church with the 4 pillars. And in a way, I'm tracking with you because I'll agree, the church with the 4 pillars is going to have the correct dogma. But the question that I'm asking is the question that I kept asking in my opening statement. How do you identify that church? How do you identify it? How do you know which church has correct dogma?
Well, for one, you can look at Saint Irenaeus of Lyons talks about this. The Gnostics ask him the same question. And he goes, you go to those churches that were founded by the bishops. And can I read this quotation from you? It's
Sure,
probably
yeah,
one
please
you'd
do.
like, but I think the audience would absolutely adore hearing it. They seem like the kind of people who like great patristic quotations.
I agree.
Yeah. Oh, no, I have it right here, actually. Oh, sorry. So, okay. These are several from St. Irenaeus of Lyons, and they're actually going to answer all your questions. So, this is from Against Heresies 5:20 and then 1. But the path of those belonging to the church circumscribes a whole world as possessing the sure tradition from the apostles, and allows us to see that the faith of all is one and the same, since all receive one and the same God, the Father, and all believe in the same dispensation regarding the incarnation of the Son of God, and are attentive to the same gift of the Spirit, and are conversant with the same commandments, and preserve the same form of ecclesiastical constitution, and expect the same advent of the Lord, and await the same salvation of the complete person, that is, of the soul and body. And undoubtedly the preaching of the church is true and steadfast, in which one and the same way of salvation is shown throughout the whole world. For to it is entrusted the light of God, and therefore the wisdom of God, by means of which it saves all. Wisdom, what that is declared in its going forth, it speaks faithfully in the streets, is preached on the tops of the walls, and speaks continually in the gate of the city. For the church preaches a truth elsewhere. It is the 7-branched candlestick that bears the light of Christ. Now, he goes on later on, I believe it's in book 110, early on, he says, as I have already observed, the church, having received this preaching and this faith, although scattered throughout the whole world, yet as if occupying but one house, carefully preserves it. So also believes these points of doctrine, just as if she had but one soul and one and the same heart, and she proclaims them and teaches them and hands them down with perfect harmony, as if she possessed only one mouth. For although the languages of the world are dissimilar, yet the import of the tradition is one and the same. For the churches which have been planted in Germany do not believe or hand down anything different, nor do those in Spain or in Gaul, nor do those in the East, nor those in Egypt, nor those in Libya. He goes through all of these, okay? He goes, nor will any one of the rulers of the churches, however rightly gifted he may be in point of eloquence, teach doctrine differently from these. He goes on and on. And then he says, and there's a much shorter quotation, and that was from book 1:10-2. This is from Against Heresies 3:4-1. Suppose there arises a dispute relative to some important question among us, should we not have recourse to the most ancient church as, plural, with which the apostles held constant intercourse, and learn from them what is certain and clear? In regard to the present question, for how should it be if the apostles themselves had not left us writings? Would it not be necessary in that case to follow the course of the tradition which they handed down to those to whom they did commit the churches? So St. Irenaeus of Lyons, his standard is those churches that were founded by the apostles. Which geographic area had more churches founded by the apostles, the East or the West?
The East.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And again, we're not admitting Catholicism, but I'm just not going to say it because then I'm going to look like a hypocrite for not saying it. There's something that St. Irenaeus of Lyons says in that quote. If you just keep reading that, and we're not going to get into it.
He says
if you want to have a
he says that he goes, you have to agree with this church, and it's not clear.
which church?
Oh, he talks about the Church of Rome.
Which you have
and
to
then he
agree
says,
with. Yeah.
and then he says venire, but it's not clear that he says agree.
He says all Christian churches in the world need to be in agreement with
Well,
the
no, he
teachings
says
of the Church of
venire. It
Rome.
means like to come, to move towards. But then he follows it by pointing out that you can go to any apostolic see and get that, because in the
That
mind of
agrees with
Saint,
the Church of Rome.
No, because in his mind, no church founded by an apostle could disagree with another church founded by an apostle. That
So
was
what-
his entire method.
But then what happens when patriarchs do disagree? Like when Antioch and Jerusalem disagree, or when Antioch and Constantinople disagree, or when Constantinople and Alexandria disagree.
What happens when Christians in Asia Minor say they want to celebrate Easter on the 14th of Nisan?
Right.
And the Pope goes, I'm going to excommunicate you.
Right.
What did St. Irenaeus do?
He pointed out to him that celebrating Easter on the 14th of Nisan was a human apostolic tradition given to them by John, and then Pope said, okay, cool, and he didn't excommunicate them. That's all that happened.
Well, it says, Eusebius says he tried to.
Say that again?
Eusebius says that Victor tried to excommunicate them.
Right, but then
he sent
stopped.
out letters.
He stopped because St. Irenaeus said, hey, just so you know, the Apostle John was using this calendar.
So
And then
there
he
was a
stopped. Right.
dispute, and we see that St. Irenaeus, he didn't side with Rome, he sided with the Asian churches.
Actually,
he sided with
that's not-
apostolicity.
What he did was he pointed out a fact that the Pope wasn't aware of, and that's what stopped him from excommunicating
Well, no,
him.
he had to have been because
St.
previous
Irenaeus,
popes had discussed
St.
this.
Irenaeus, in his back and forth with the Pope, he never said you don't have the authority to excommunicate another apostolic church. He didn't say that. He just told him, hey, just so you know, they're celebrating the 14th of Nisan because the Apostle John was using that
He
old
also
calendar.
never said. He also never said that anyone couldn't excommunicate anyone. Any bishop can separate from communion
But and
whenever they
again,
like.
right? But in against heresy, Saint Irenaeus of Lyon did say that he even went out of his way to trace all of the all of the bishops of Rome from Peter to the present day. The first 13 was it? And he said everyone needs to be in agreement with the Church of Rome. But again, we're not debating
But
that.
he says that about all apostolic churches.
But he doesn't say that every Christian church in the world needs to be in agreement with any other church. He says that because he's the bishop of Lyon, so he could have given his own apostolic succession, like his own line of this was the first bishop of Lyon who was ordained by this guy, who was ordained by this apostle, and I'm in that seat
Well, no,
right now,
it would have gone
and you have
through
to agree
Rome.
with me. He said that he went out of his way to give all of the bishops of Rome, not of Lyon.
But why
or
does he
East,
say Rome? Why does he Rome? Because he
Because-
says it's the most famous church.
Because he's Catholic. Saint Irenaeus was
Well,
Catholic.
what's the reason that he gives?
He
What's
said-
the exact reason he gives?
Because of Peter.
He goes.
It's your name,
he goes-
Ubi Petrus is Latin
goes-
for where Peter
no,
is.
Saint
The reason that
Irenaeus
Saint Irenaeus said
Saint Irenaeus says
because-
the reason why he
because that's
chooses
where
Rome
Peter
is because
was.
it's the most famous church.
because he said it's because it was where Peter was. He said it was the church of Saint Peter, and he also mentioned Saint Paul. But he says every Christian church in the world needs to be in agreement with the Church of Rome because. Why is it the most famous church? Because it was the church where Peter died. Peter and Paul were
So
martyred.
how do you?
But again,
so
I'd like to.
no. How do you
Sure.
then square that with this?
Sure.
Suppose there arise a dispute relative to some important question among us. Should we not have recourse to the most ancient churches,
Right.
with which the apostles held constant intercourse and learned from them what is certain and clear? He speaks of all the churches that the apostles founded as being able to
Sure.
determine with certain and clear weight in regard to the present question. For how should it be if the apostles themselves had not left us writings? So the problem that you have is you are trying to take an unclear statement from him, from the word, it's convenire, if I recall correctly. The word agree is like a fourth or a fifth meaning of that. Latin verbs are incredibly unclear. So it's not really clear what he means by, like, is it agree? Is it come with? Is it like coincide with? We don't know. But we do know absolutely without a doubt what he means here. And he states that all apostolic churches are a resource for us to find out what is certain and clear.
So you're saying
And that's, by the way,
right.
against heresies 3, 4,
Right.
1.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So you read that quote twice, and you kept putting emphasis every time you said church is instead of church. When you put the emphasis on church is, are you maybe implying or insinuating that these churches were not united? You wouldn't say that, right? They were united?
I'm implying that it's a federation of churches, just as Berardino, the professor from the
So then it goes back to
Agostinianum.
my question. Today in the Eastern Orthodox Church, when patriarchs disagree, what happens?
They sort it out amongst themselves.
They sort it out amongst themselves? Okay, if they can't sort it out amongst themselves, what happens?
They always do.
They all what?
They always do.
Well, they haven't yet with Moscow and Constantinople
It's only 3
and
years
Alexandria.
in. So 5 years in, something like
We've had other schisms that, in the early church as well, that were able to be solved right away with an ecumenical council. Why haven't they been
that.
able to
Such
do
as
that
what?
yet?
Which ones were solved by an ecumenical council?
Oh, let's go down the line. So what schisms were solved by an ecumenical council?
Yeah.
So, we're going to go through all. So we have, so Nicaea 1,
And can you
yeah.
define what you mean by healed or solved?
where the schismatics came back into the church,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So
So at Nicaea 1, did the Arians come back into the church right away, or was it centuries later? was centuries later.
It was after Constantinople 1.
No, it was long after that. You had Germanic tribes that were Arian. Okay.
All right.
What about at Constantinople 1? So at that one, how many people were actually pneumatomachoi?
Well, that wasn't ecumenical until 451.
Okay,
though.
so it wasn't accepted as
Right.
ecumenical until long after the situation had solved itself. Okay, what about the situation of the Council of Ephesus? Did that heal the Nestorian schism?
So
Did it
So
heal
you know
the, did it heal the Nestorian schism? Because I know there's still Nestorians around today.
so it
At Chalcedon, you have monophysitism. That
Right.
still exists 1,600
Right,
years
it does.
later. Then you have Constantinople II tried to handle the situation of monophysitism again. It brought some of them back in.
Right.
You still have, the only one I can think of that solved it, and it was only, I wouldn't even say solved it, because the Maronites were monothelites until the Crusades, and no, I
Right.
don't believe they were in communion with Rome the whole time. That is the only one that hundreds of years later, about 400 years later or so, you could say that solved it. Then you have iconoclasm. Well, we still have Protestants today, so
Right.
that's still there. None of these councils actually solved any of these major schisms. Now, you
Right.
might say these aren't schisms, these are heresies.
So,
Okay.
right. So to clarify my language, what I meant to say is that the councils are able to tell us who's right and who's wrong and what orthodoxy is. So when patriarchs disagree with each other on matters of doctrine or matters of worship or meaning that they won't give each other the Eucharist or matters of governance, right? You would say that like in the early church, if they held an ecumenical council, it would maybe not solve the schism because everyone has free will and they don't have to obey the ecumenical councils, but it will at least be able to identify what the orthodox position is and what the heretical position is, right?
If everyone can, if all of the patriarchates, all of the members of the Federation of Churches agree,
If they all
yeah.
agree?
Yeah.
And when was the last time that happened in a way where the councils are still being observed to this day? Because Crete and even 1672, the Council of Yazzie and all of these synods that Orthodox will claim are universally binding, we have evidence of so many bishops that actually don't hold to all of them.
So you have
hold the teaching.
so you have a bishop that denies some aspect of the Council of Jerusalem, 1672. Who is it and what do they say?
So the Council of Jerusalem in 1672, I have it right here. The Council of Jerusalem in 1672, let me pull it up really quick. I have it right here for you. 1 second, let me find it. For universal councils. Sure. So I have, so Callistus where? On the Synod of Jerusalem in 1672, in the Orthodox Church, an introduction to Eastern Orthodox
A
Christianity.
book that he had to
page-
have published by an independent publisher because his own church wouldn't publish it.
So his own church wouldn't publish the book.
His
So
own
he-
church wouldn't publish it.
Okay, so Callistus
And he was,
where then?
he was a titular bishop.
Okay, so this is good because now we're getting somewhere because you're helping me identify what is orthodoxy and what isn't. So would you say that Callistus Ware's book about the Orthodox Church, that it's not
It
orthodox?
was published by Penguin.
It's published, so because it's published by Penguin, it's not,
Well, he couldn't get it published by an Orthodox publisher.
okay, so then do we identify what is orthodox and what isn't orthodox based on who publishes books?
Well, I don't know if, like, say, the Pope comes out and goes, you know, this is a dogma versus, say, Billy Bob in a trailer somewhere in upstate New York. I think you can
So-
make a pretty clear
So
definition.
let me simplify the question. How do we know that Callistus Ware was wrong in his book? Then according to you, you say he was wrong in rejecting 1672.
well,
And he's a metropolitan.
Well, for one, you would have to actually see. Well, for one, his church itself signed off on the Council of Jerusalem, 1672. It's endorsed it repeatedly. In fact, it was a standard that they used for accepting in the non-jurors. the
And you're right, and
Anglicans.
I agree with you.
They-
It was.
They accept it. Now,
Right.
the question is, how do we know that Callistus Ware is wrong? Because of the history of his church, they have repeatedly accepted it. Now he's trying to
Right.
separate from it. Now,
This is good.
I think what Ware is trying to say is that some of the language some people don't find helpful. That is not a problem of the church. That is a problem of the people who don't find it helpful, who oftentimes have heavy baggage.
But now you're saying that Callistus Ware is now in the wrong. Metropolitan
topic,
Callistus
yeah.
Ware was, for him to reject the count, because what he said is that that it's not fully binding, and that he even says in the quote that certain parts of it have been corrected.
Oh, you have issues like, I wouldn't say correct, I'd say clarified.
Well, he said corrected though. That's what he says.
In which edition?
He says that it had been corrected. The one that I have here was, I just had it. Hold on. It was. So do you have it on you by any chance? I know you have a lot of books on you, but it's page 196 The third edition.
I don't typically recommend that book. I don't,
So the
and
third
most
right.
parishes don't.
Yeah, so the third
It's
edition.
not in my parish bookstore for a good reason.
So the third edition on page 196, he says that there are aspects of that council that had to later be corrected.
Well, okay, so in the case of the Nicene Creed, do you know how many versions of that were floating around? by
Right, there was a
70 or
lot of
400?
versions. Yep,
So,
yep.
yeah, they corrected it. There was an Armenian version that had all sorts of interpolations.
So then, so you're saying that, because we know that there's, when you say the Nicene Creed, do you mean after Constantinople I?
Yeah, I mean, no.
So
I
we-
mean Nicaea.
Nicaea I? So nobody uses the creed from Nicaea anymore because we use the Nicaean-Constantinopolitan Creed.
Well, some
And
of us do.
Right. And well, I know what you mean by that. That's a low blow. Just kidding.
Hey.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Well,
but
I mean, you guys
it-
don't say the Filioque at your parish, do you?
No, we don't.
Oh, okay,
But we,
right, so you say it
but the
correctly.
Eastern Catechism says that the Filioque is Orthodox
That's so
theologically.
sad.
But well, we don't have. Well, this isn't a Filioque debate. But anyway, so the point is that Metropolitan, Callistos Ware, in the third edition of his book, said that that council had to be corrected. So would you say that he is the one that is now he is in error for saying that, right?
I think he's mistaken in that.
He's
Callistos
okay.
Ware had a lot of odd opinions on his own.
Okay.
There's a reason why he was a titular bishop.
Okay. So then you don't accept this book because it was published by Penguin.
No, I just don't think that it's not something public.
It's not binding. You would say that it's not binding,
Well, no,
right?
it's not something that would have what you would call an imprimatur or nihil obstat.
Okay. But so other bishops that would reject, for example, like transubstantiation.
No
that-
bishop rejects transubstantiation.
There are bishops that actually do say.
So there are bishops who say that we don't believe that.
There are bishops that say that transubstantiation goes too far, and it's so
Really?
far enough that it goes into
Who are
error.
these
And
bishops?
you're right that
Who are
because
these bishops?
1672.
Who are these bishops?
Okay, so I know bishops personally that have told
Okay,
me, and
who are
priests,
they? Who
I
are-
can't say their names because I told them that they
Okay.
told me it off the record.
Okay,
but I'm
so-
saying, so if a bishop
Well,
were to-
hold on. That's not something. An anonymous
let-
source is not something you can
Sure,
cite.
you're right. I shouldn't have brought that up, but just generally, that's why I was speaking generally. Just generally speaking, if an Orthodox bishop or even a priest were to say transubstantiation is in error, then we know that we
Well,
can identify that priest is wrong, right?
Are they talking about like the entire scholastic framework around it, or are they talking about the bread and the wine become the body and blood of Christ? It changes substance.
There are some clerics that just say that it's just not Orthodox, and they don't qualify it very much.
Well, then we can't quote them. They just go, I don't know why. I mean, that's not an opinion. I mean, that's an opinion, not an actual like. No, I'm misphrasing that. They need to explain why, what it is. Here's my situation that I find.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, sorry, I'm sorry. The situation I find is this: you find people who get hung up on certain language in the Confession of Blessed Dositheus.
Right.
That's their problem, not ours.
So, would you say, like, for example, like in Canon 18, where it says that, it says right here in Canon 18 that the Canon 18 teaches purgatory, and it even goes as far as to say that purgatory happens in hell, in Canon 18.
Well, isn't that St. Augustine? He says that purgatory is in the realm of hell.
So would you say
Can you
that?
read the actual quotation from
Yeah,
Canon
sure.
18?
So let me pull up the Confession of Dositheus, Canon 18. How much time do we have, Father? Just want to make sure. 4 minutes. Oh, I got to do this quick. Confession of Dositheus. Let me pull it up really quick. And I guess we'll have to end on this, Ubie.
Because there's an entire framework around purgatory that we don't necessarily have that has to do with indulgences. We do believe in a post-mortem purification.
So Canon 18.
And you see that in things like the toll houses.
Sure. So it says the souls. Okay, now I can read it. The souls of those involved in mortal sins, which have not departed in despair, but while still living in the body, though without bringing forth any fruits of repentance, have repented by pouring forth tears, by kneeling while watching in prayers, by afflicting themselves, by relieving the poor, and finally by showing forth by their works their love towards God and their neighbor, and which the Catholic Church has from the beginning rightly called satisfaction, depart into Hades, and there endure the punishment due to the sins they have committed. But they are aware of their future release from there, and are delivered by the supreme goodness through the prayers of the priests and the good works which the relatives of each do for their departed, especially the unbloody sacrifice benefiting the most, with which each offers particularly for his relatives that have fallen asleep, and which the Catholic and Apostolic Church offers daily for all alike. Of course, it is understood that we do not know the time of their release. We know and believe that there is deliverance for such from their direful condition, and that before the common resurrection and judgment, but when we know not. So the relevant quote here is where it says that they descend into Hades to be punished, right?
Well, Hades is just not heaven. I mean,
Right,
Hades is a world,
afterlife.
yeah.
Right.
So every priest has to believe that, and I'll tell you why. They do
Right.
memorial services. They
Right.
commemorate people at the liturgy.
Okay.
So if you have a priest who doesn't accept that,
Right.
there's massive problems elsewhere.
Okay, so then you can say that Eastern Orthodox should stop saying that they reject purgatory?
Well, it depends on what you define purgatory as. If that's your definition of purgatory, then sure.
Then we,
But
then
I
we
don't
can
know
agree?
if that's your definition of purgatory.
Sure, so just a post-mortem purification or sanctification?
Oh, yeah,
that can
yeah,
involve-
yeah.
So then we're good?
Ethiopian, I mean, the Monophysites, us, the Syrians,
Okay,
we all accept
so
that.
you heard it from Ubi Petrus, all you Eastern Orthodox, stop saying that you reject purgatory if
Well,
that is your understanding.
if that is
Right.
if that is
Okay.
what you mean.
And that does match with the Catholic understanding of it. How much time, Father, do we? What do you want to say in a minute and 30 seconds? One last shot for you to prove that the Eastern Orthodox Church is the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. That they're united, oh, that's right, yeah, they're united in doctrine, worship, and governance. At least prove to me that they're one.
Well, I already did.
What does the audience think? It's not fair for me to ask the audience, but
Yeah, they're like 90% Catholic. I mean, maybe 95. I told Father Nathan, you're going to get hardly any Orthodox
but
here.
if we get even
He
one,
goes, no. I go, yeah.
but according to your idea, right, Ubi, if we get even one Catholic that says that I lost, then that means that it's not binding, right?
No.
What the other
No,
ones say. If even one, if it's not a consensus, then it's not binding on anybody.
Well, you'd have to group them. Like you'd get the tall ones, the fat ones, the skinny ones.
Oh my gosh,
They'd be different churches.
you're really making enemies
the
for
old
yourself.
ones, the young ones. Yeah. You'd have to, and then if one of those groups, say like the fat ones, didn't accept you,
Oh
then it would
my
be a
God.
problem.
30 seconds.
Should we throw it onto the Q&A, and I can perhaps use the loo?
Okay, so just 30 seconds. So I think, are you guys ready for the Q&A?
I think we're ready for it.
Oh, we got closing statements too.
Oh, can we
Okay.
take a break and then do that? I mean, like a 2-minute break.
So basically, I want you guys to do your closing statements because I have to go have service, and we've gone over.
Oh,
So if you guys want to stay and do the Q&A, you're welcome to do that, but I've got to actually go get ready for service.
okay.
We planned this thing where we ended at 3:30 and we're at 3:05.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So Vesper starts at 4.
So what do you want to do with me? Should we?
You guys can keep going, and as long as you're
I say give me 2 minutes, and then we can come back, do like a quick closing statement. I haven't even written one.
Quick closing
And then
statement. Okay.
from there, Jonathan and Anthony can handle the Q&A situation, and we'll just set an alarm account down for 1 hour. Does that sound
Can
good?
you raise your hands if you have questions that you want to ask? Does anyone have questions that they?
So if you have a question, go
Alright.
talk to Jonathan and Anthony,
Yeah.
and they will coordinate. Or no, who is it? Who's handling the Q&A? Sorry, I'm sorry. Can you stand up? It's this guy handling the Q&A. So go talk to him. By the way, yeah, we have a lot of people here. Yeah.
the Q&A, just
Keep it on topic, please.
the comments to a minimum.
Yeah.
You want to have a question and not loaded questions and not 2 or 3 questions. You want to have one question and you got to tell which guy you want to answer the question.
Yeah, there we go.
And you,
I will be here for that, so I'm trusting you and also the big guys in the back.
thank you, Father.
Okay, well, 2-minute break, 5-minute close.
Sure, yeah, sure, yeah.
Oh, I don't even need 5 minutes.
Yeah, we probably won't even do the whole 5 minutes. Do you want to do a closing or no? Okay, no closing, Father. No closing. Yeah, no closing. We're good.
Okay, then I'll wrap this.
All right.
So, thank you all for joining us. Was this fun? Yes, indeed. These guys did a great job. It was a really lively debate, so I hope you all appreciated it. We hope to have future debates here as well. And if you're interested, if you have the stamina, you can also join us at 4 o'clock for Vespers, 5 o'clock Divine Liturgy. We also have a tip box over here for these guys. So take care of them, please. Thank you all.
Ubie's not here right now. I promise you the Eucharist is valid here, even though he couldn't. I promise you it is. What did you guys think of the debate? Good? Okay.
Hey, so for the Q&A, if you have a question, get in line right there. And then we're basically just going to go sequentially, hand you over the mic. You're going to say who the question is directed to, and then, yeah.
If anybody wants merch, if you guys want some t-shirts, they're in the back left corner over there. Also, we have 2 pilgrimages going on. One of them will be me with Roots of Orthodoxy and also Voice of Reason. The other one's a local, it's going to be a pilgrimage with our church to Byzantine Italy, Sicily, all the way up into Rome. Thank you.
Okay, you guys ready for the Q&A? I'm going to make squirrel noises until you guys sit down. All right, are we ready for the Q&A? Are we ready for the Q&A? Okay. So, Evan, okay, you guys, shh. You guys are officially making more noise than Greek people during a liturgy. If you're ever at St. John the Baptist and you hear someone go shh midway through a service, it's me. They're wonderful people, though. I love the Greeks. They're wonderful, wonderful people.
Maybe try Western Rite Orthodoxy.
I like it, but I just like Greek people a lot.
Yeah.
There's something about them I really enjoy.
Look at all the cigars I have.
Holy moly, that's a lot. These are going out to whomever Alex chooses. Okay, so now, I'm sorry. Thank you for doing this. I apologize for
Sure. Yeah, it will. It's actually live streamed. He live streamed it, so it's already up already. Yeah, Ubi, how can they find this this live stream, Ubi? If they want to rewatch the debate, because you live streamed it, right? Maybe announce where it is.
Okay, you guys, let's close the door there because we're back to recording. Just 1 second, let me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's close this. We have a Q&A. We're setting it for 1 hour in just a moment once the doors close and all of the good people come in here. So if you want to watch this debate, it's being live streamed right now on my channel. Just go to YouTube and look up Ubi, UBI, and then Petrus. And from there you can find it fairly easily. On top of it, Jonathan is turning this into a very finely polished documentary. I believe it'll be on your channel, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, and will it be on his as well?
I don't know. I think it'll be just on Voice of Reason.
Yeah. I've found that if you put things on multiple channels, the algorithm throttles it.
Oh, really?
Even if it
Time to create more accounts. Just kidding.
Okay. All right. So.
Hey, Jonathan, if you could bring me a water, bro, I'd appreciate it so much. Thank you, man. Right. Jonathan, round of applause for Jonathan, my producer. Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Just so you guys know, Jonathan is actually more famous than me because he has his roots of, he is.
Okay. All right. So the rule is you come up, you state who the question is for, okay, and then you ask it, one question per person. You get to the back of the line if you're, okay.
Yes.
All right, I set the alarm. We got 59 minutes and 32 seconds.
59 minutes? Okay. We're probably not going to use all of it, right? But
here, let's start it over. All right, we have a full 60.
Oh, my gosh.
A full 60.
Okay. Hi. My question's for Alex, Voice of Reason. You mentioned that the Eastern Orthodox Church hasn't summoned a council recognized as ecumenical in centuries, and that this challenges its claim to be the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. I was wondering how you would respond to the historical reality that in the first millennium, the Bishop of Rome did not convene ecumenical councils either. They were called by Roman emperors, not the Pope. The Pope participated through legates and often ratified the decisions, but he didn't initiate or govern those gatherings. In fact, as Roman Catholic Bishop Christopher Butler acknowledged during his ecumenical work around Vatican II, the absence of the Eastern churches at Vatican I and II calls into question their universal or ecumenical nature, suggesting these may be local councils rather than ecumenical. With that in mind, I'm curious if the Pope didn't call ecumenical councils for the first 1,000 years, and if the Orthodox critique is that true councils require the whole Church's participation, how does the lack of new ecumenical councils by the Orthodox without an emperor or a united Christendom invalidate their ecclesiology?
So the Catholic position is that the Pope doesn't have to convene a council, nor does the Pope even have to be at a council. All the Pope has to do is ratify the council. So other bishops could even get together, hold a council, and if the Pope wants to ratify it, he can make it universally binding. So the Pope doesn't have to be involved in every single last detail. And even in the early church, we know that the Council of Chalcedon was called at the behest of Leo, Pope Leo. And also, I believe, was it Nicaea II, that the Pope, he asked the emperor to convene it too. And the reason that ecumenical councils had to be convened by emperors is just because in the ancient Roman Empire, there was no separation between church and state. There was a distinction. So the imperium, the state, had to also ratify something if it was going to be accepted by the imperium. So the Pope doesn't have to convene or even be at a council. All he has to do, like in the first millennium, was ratify them. And I would also point out that even in Nicaea I, which happened in the East, the head of that council was the Pope's representative, Saint Hosius of Cordoba. He was the one that was running the show because the Pope told him to. So, really good question. Thank you.
Hello, awesome debate, first of all, by the way. So my question is for Ubi Petrus. So under your model of what the true Orthodox Church is, then how can I, or what is a good reason by using your model to abide by the Orthodox Church and not the Orientalists under the eyes of a Christian discerning the two during Chalcedon and after its completion?
Can you repeat that again? There's a lot of feedback in my hearing.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, sorry.
my
So,
hearing-
and let me apologize to Ubi. The reason that I kept saying what when we were doing our questions is the same reason. I'm having a really hard time hearing up here, so
I have
that's
ve-
why.
I also have very poor hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So if
okay.
there's an echo, it's hard. Yeah.
So, by using your model, why should I accept the Orthodox Church and not the Orientalists under the eyes of a Christian at the time of Chalcedon by using your model?
So if you're talking about the monophysites, so correct me if I'm wrong. It's why should you side with Chalcedon and not with, say, the monophysites?
So-
if you were living at the time of Chalcedon, am I
Yeah,
correct?
pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So the reason is that even what are now the monophysite hierarchies, they accepted it early on. There's an excellent book on this entitled The Rise of Monophysitism by Friend, F-R-E-N-D. And he describes that the monophysite hierarchies were effectively just people similar to a situation like, say, Lefebvre in the Catholic Church, where they just break off and they go on ordination sprees. Jacob Baradeus founded the entire Syriac, or almost the entire Syriac Church, ordained tens of thousands, supposedly, people. You have one bishop in Egypt who ordained 72 bishops. They were down to 4 or 5 monophysites in Egypt. The overwhelming majority of those synods were Chalcedonian. Even I can't remember which emperor it was, but after Chalcedon, he pulled the bishops on it, 1,600 bishops. And only one very, very local synod said they didn't accept Chalcedon. So the monophysites were really like a late 5th century breakaway movement who went on ordination sprees. Now the question is, why did they become semi-large? And the answer is because the Muslims invaded and then favored them, because the job of most invaders is to stoke or ferment dissension so that you can divide and conquer. Did that answer it for you? Okay.
My question is for Ubie.
Oh, okay.
Surprise, there's more Catholics here.
Oh, sorry.
In the cross-examination, you try to prove how the Orthodox Church is the same as the Church in the first millennium by appealing to internal disputes or schism, territorial disputes, etc., and how to receive converts, but you conveniently left out that the first millennium church was able to resolve these issues by several appeals to Rome and by holding ecumenical councils. Since your church does not appeal to Rome and hasn't had an ecumenical council since the first millennia, then your church actually doesn't look like the first millennium church. It may look like it in terms of the chaos and disagreement, but not in its ability to resolve conflicts. Your claim that the church is one in Catholic by stating that you share in one Eucharist and one baptism with your other churches, but Protestants can make a similar claim by saying they share spiritual communion or shared beliefs across denominations, even without a central authority. So, my question is, what concretely distinguishes the Orthodox claim to Catholicity and unity from Protestantism's decentralized communion of believers?
Because the spiritual communion that Protestants have, it's not a communion of dogma whatsoever. They have totally different dogmas. That's one. Two, you state that the first millennium church was able to appeal to Rome. Can you tell me some instances that you think that Rome, appealing to Rome, solved schisms?
Yes, absolutely. I pulled some up here. If you allow me to look.
Because I can tell you right now, the majority of the time it was the emperor that solved it.
Yeah, well, we can, I don't know if you'll count this as one, but Pope St. Clement intervention in Corinth. We could look at Pope St. Julius with the Arian controversy.
Well, no, hold on a second. What about Pope St. Clement? I did a video on that.
His intervention in the letter, First Clement.
Well, we don't know what actually happened there.
Well, we can go to other ones if that's fine.
Okay, what's the next one?
Pope St. Julius I was the
All right,
Arian
and
controversy.
That didn't solve it because they had to call the Council of Sardica to solve it and get the emperors involved.
Pope St. Leo the Great, Council of Chalcedon.
Well, that created a schism, and it was the emperors that then ended up having to enforce Chalcedon. And even the situation at Chalcedon, it created more issues over Canon 28. And they didn't appeal. I mean, some people appealed to Rome to have depositions overturned. But you have to understand, Leo begged the emperor not to have another council. He begged him not to. And the emperor went and did it anyway.
But even if you were to say that maybe the Pope's appeals didn't work out the way you like them to, or that they didn't even work at all, there's still the other leg, which is the ecumenical councils, which your church has still not been able to call any.
Well, we had the Palamite councils. We've had Jerusalem 1672. We've had lots of them. I mean, we had one, what was it, 1995 or 1998, the one in Bulgaria. We can get together and solve things when we want. The question is that what's important to you guys, what you think needs dogmatic decisions, we don't necessarily think they do. I mean, case in point, what's correct? Thomism, Scotism, Paulinism. The Catholic Church goes, all of them are fine. We go, no, it's only Paulinism. See?
Thank you guys both for being here. Appreciate it. The intellectual, profound level of discussion is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
As a Catholic and speaking on behalf of the entire Christian population, one of the things that is the great atrocity of Christianity is the division. Sorry?
Who is this for?
Oh, for both of you.
Oh, okay.
And the question getting to that is, what can be done to unify Christ's church more? This is a problem. Christ loves every single one of his followers, and we have profound division. And I can only imagine how sad that makes our perfect God. And so the question is, for all Christians, what can be done to unify us? And I know that that's not geared specific to this debate, but it's definitely a big part of the spirit of it.
First, so what I would say is the only way that the divisions can be solved is when all Christians realize that you can't have Jesus apart from his church, and that if you're going to really follow Jesus according to how he's calling all of us to follow him, you follow him by following his church, because the theology of the church is that the church is actually the continuation of the incarnation in the world. So Jesus Christ remains with us here in the world through his church. So we have to be united to that church, and we have to follow that church to know, objectively speaking, that we are indeed following Jesus. The problem with all the division is that there are many Christians of all different stripes and denominations that run around and they claim to follow Jesus, but they're all following him in a different way. So the question is, well, how do you know objectively that you truly are following Jesus? And the step one of that is to find the true church. And then once you figure out what that true church is, find the true church, then you'll be on your way. And it all comes from, I want to follow Jesus according to how he wants me to follow him, not how I feel like following him, not what I think is right. It's what is the objective standard of how to follow Christ. And I think that's the first step, and we can only get through there through education so that people realize that. I think that Christians need to, they need better theology of the church, of what the church actually is.
On a very practical level, what each person can do, I mean, you should just be a Christian, fast, pray, give alms, attend services. Because the thing is that caring about the divisions amongst others is really, it's a distraction from caring about the divisions within yourself and your own issues with the passions. And if you heal yourself, or not heal yourself, but if you allow yourself to be healed through the means that, say, the Orthodox Church is a fasting, prayer, okay, you're going to be much more effective in that. But the goal shouldn't necessarily be to try and heal whole communions. It should be to heal yourself, or to allow yourself to be healed. That's what I think. But all that's really above my pay grade, because I'm just a peon of a layman. I mean, it's... no, there was a priest here earlier. Where did he go? Yeah.
He went to go celebrate that Eucharist, and you're not sure if they're valid or not, but it's... Just kidding.
All right.
Hello, you guys. Thank you for the great debate. I really appreciate it. This question is for Ubi. So my question is, with the admission of Pope Leo XIV, the topic of reunification is highlighted once again. It says, knowing that the West has papal authority to lead the charge, who would lead the charge in reunification for the East if their oneness or unification isn't totally clear?
Well, you're dealing with a federation of churches. That's what you're dealing with. So I mean, ideally it would be the Patriarch of Constantinople, but ultimately, let's say were it to happen, which I'm convinced it never will. I'm not convinced monophysitism and everyone else will ever come, or not. I know they're not actual monophysites. I know that they're radicals. They're Cyrillians, but the Oriental communion, that will never heal. The Eastern, Western thing will never heal. None of these will. The thing with Moscow and the EP, I think that'll probably heal. Probably, I don't know. Let each of the patriarchs die and new ones come in and they'll heal. So I would say the ecumenical patriarch would lead it. The problem is you're dealing with a federation of churches. And so one of those quotations from Pope Benedict, I think it was the second one, he talks about this. You're dealing with a federation of churches. And so that's our strength right there. You can't just come in and strong-arm everyone. You could not come into the Orthodox Church and strong-arm it into a Novus Ordo Byzantine liturgy. No one could do that. So things develop very slowly, in very superficial ways. So I'm sorry I can't really answer your question more than that.
This is for Ubi. As a quick procedural matter, since you, during the discussion, uttered a lie about a trailer in upstate New York.
Oh, the Diamond Brothers?
Do you choose ad hominems and cowardice, or would you commit to publicly debate Brother Peter on Eastern Orthodox issues?
Oh, man, I'd love to.
Okay.
Yeah, if he can come here, he can come out and we can debate him.
Or it could be live, right?
Oh, yeah, live.
Live
just sitting here.
stream, live streamed?
Well, I don't really like...
Oh, so you're putting, why a condition like that?
Because I like in-person debates more. I mean, was I not talking about this before the debate?
Okay, so, and you're not just making that excuse because you think that's unlikely that they would agree to that?
No, because I put
It
a
seems
video
like it.
out, and Porphyry... Where's Porphyry? Oh, he's not here. He would be able to vouch for this. I put it on my Patreon. I stated, I'm really only interested in in-person debates. They're more entertaining. You get way better views on them, way better views. I don't find the experience of what's effectively a Zoom conversation.
Yeah, one person, one question.
Okay, so if that's my one question, so you're, just to clarify your answer, you won't under any circumstance debate them live, online?
Online? On live
Yeah.
stream? I'm not doing live stream debates. I'm simply doing in-person ones.
Sorry, that was ridiculous.
This question is for Ubi.
Oh, wow. Can we get some questions for Alex here? I'm kind of a shy person.
So in Matthew 16:18, Jesus promised Peter that the gates of hell will not prevail against the church. Considering that the Eastern Orthodox generally believe that the Catholics don't have a valid priesthood, and the Orthodox patriarchs just congratulated Pope Leo on his appointment and acknowledge him as the successor of Peter, how do you reconcile the blatant contradiction from the Eastern Orthodox to the promise Christ made in Matthew 16:18? Will the gates of hell prevail against the Catholic Church if their priesthood is now invalid?
So you're assuming that Matthew 16:18 is about Rome. You have to first prove that. Because that is used in that's used in the Sixth Ecumenical Council to refer to Constantinople, like the actual empire. Can I have a water by chance? Oh, thanks. You're a sweetheart.
Got you, brother. Thank you. Anything for you.
My question is for Ubi. Ubi, if you're, I trust as a Catholic that the Pope would not lead us into error when it comes to faith and morals. With that in mind, would you trust the patriarch of your church if he came back into communion with Rome? Would you trust him and follow his lead?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, if I was under him, yeah, I'd have to. You know, I mean, if he just, there's a certain line. I mean, if he said all of a sudden, like, there's a fourth member of the Trinity, you'd have to, no, like, okay, this is ridiculous. But we have to really base I should rephrase that actually. If there was a consensus among the churches, yeah, I would have to humble myself to that. But bishops can do crazy, weird stuff. So.
I got a question for Alex, actually.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm
Finally.
honored.
Is practice beyond or outside of doctrine, sacraments, and tradition a necessary or sufficient condition for ecclesial unity? For example, does the dispute between Russia and Greece compromise true unity in the Orthodox Church?
Brother, you're gonna have, I'm kind of slow, and that was a little too fast for me. Can you say it one more? I'm so sorry. Can you say it one more time?
Is practice beyond or outside of doctrine, sacraments, and tradition a necessary or sufficient condition for ecclesial unity? For example, does the dispute between Russia and Greece compromise true unity in the Orthodox Church?
So, to answer the first question, no, in the Catholic Church, what makes you united is that you're united in doctrine, worship, and governance. But the worship, it doesn't mean that everyone has to be a Western Latin Rite Christian, or that everyone has to pray the rosary, or that everyone has to do this. Practices are natural, organic developments that devotionals that actually form over time. So the beauty in the Catholic Church is that in the Catholic Church isn't just the Latin Rite. It's the Latin Rite, the Byzantine Rite, the Alexandrian Rite, the Armenian Rite, and the Syriac Rite. So all of the genuine, authentic, ancient expressions of Christianity are all represented in the Catholic Church. So, here we're going to celebrate the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, and the Catholic Church down the street, is going to, celebrate a Roman liturgy. But the Romans can come here and receive the Eucharist, and the Italo-Greek Byzantines can go over there and receive the Eucharist, because we're united in worship, we're united in the reception of the Eucharist, even if we have different rites. So with Constantinople and Moscow, that's mostly over an issue of governance. And I would even say that, the cool thing about, because a lot of people think that the Catholic Church, that the Pope is supposed to be like a dictator, that the Pope just runs everything, but that's actually not how. So a lot of people don't even know that here in the United States, there are 12 bishops, there's 12 dioceses, at least a dozen dioceses in the United States, where the bishop actually gives baptism, baptism and confirmation to infants at the same time, which is a practice that was an ancient practice. And that's because the Pope says that the bishops, as the custodians of the mysteries, the custodians of the sacraments, they have true, authentic authority to administer the sacraments according to how they see. So there's actually a lot of freedom in the Catholic Church, because as long as we're united in doctrine, governance, worship, there's freedom in all other matters. With Moscow and Constantinople, because that's an issue of governance. That's why you have to be united in governance. And if there's a dispute there, the question is, again, like I kept saying in the opening statement, who's right and who's wrong? I hope that answers your question. And if it doesn't, I'll try again. It's good. Okay, thank you.
So my question is actually for Ubi again. By the way, I'm a Maronite Catholic.
Are you Lebanese?
I'm not Lebanese, nor do I speak Syriac, and my priest is from Lebanon. So if you're ever looking for a more welcoming environment, I'm sorry that you had a terrible experience.
No, this was no. When you see him, does your priest say things like "Ça va bien, ya Elbi"?
I have no idea.
Lebanese
He doesn't
say
speak the language. He doesn't know what that man says.
We'd love to have you over.
You listen to Lebanese people, and they'll start counting in French, and then switch over to this sort of, very cute sounding Arabic, and then randomly throw in French words and then English, and so it's like "Ça va bien, ya Elbi." It's like, oh, okay.
So I had a question about the Council of Florence. You briefly touched on it, but maybe I'm looking for some clarification. If the Council of Florence was a valid ecumenical council, freely attended, theologically thorough, and signed by the Eastern bishops, on what ecclesiological basis can it be later overturned by popular election, and does this not imply that the authority of the Church resides more in retrospective consensus than in the teaching office of their bishops and the council?
Okay, so that was a very good question, but that was very, very good. So the issue with the Council of Florence that we have is you had 32 bishops from the entire East were sent to Florence. Some of them were legates of Antioch, some of Alexandria, some of Jerusalem, etc. You had 30 of those 32 sign off. Now, as the discussion went about legates themselves, they cannot bind the person who sent them because they have authority, because the person who sent them has power. Right? So a legate is simply putting a rain check on something. It's not even really a down payment. It's a, hey, we want this, we'll be back for it. So they had to wait for the home synods to actually sign off on it. And I mean, at the end of the day, you probably had 10% of the bishops, even if you said those bishops didn't renege on it. Maybe I have to look at how many bishops there were in the 1440 or so, or 1439, but I'd assume you have maybe 10% of the bishops ever even signed off in Florence. Now, you do have the situation where after the council and the Patriarchate of Constantinople, they tried to enforce it. And when Constantinople fell, the last liturgy that was celebrated in Hagia Sophia was a Byzantine Catholic service. So it is based on consensus of the bishops. Does that answer it? Oh, thank you. By the way, was I correct about there being a Tagalog service, or was it Spanish? At the Maronite Church, is there a service that's in Tagalog, or is it in Spanish?
There's only English and Lebanese in mine. I'm in Utah, so.
Oh, I'm talking about the one, okay. Okay, all right, because I drive by it regularly, and sorry. Well, thank you so much for coming out. That's really nice of you. I appreciate that.
Hello, guys. Hello, Ubi, Alex. Nice seeing you guys again. Thank you guys for coming. And for all the people here, I thank you guys. I think we're very thankful for the event. Very edifying, very efficacious.
Thank you.
My question is for Alex, to keep it his tippy toes, more on his toes, rather than Ubi. I'm an Orthodox. I recently converted last year. I was debating between East and Rome, coming from a Protestant background.
Yeah.
I guess in my question, but just to give you context. And although a lot of people are flocking towards the Apostolic churches, the Orientals, Roman Catholicism, and Eastern Orthodoxy, one thing I found, and many other people found, was that while there is spirituality in the Roman Catholic tradition churches, or the Orientals as well, systemically, within theology, is more consistent within Orthodoxy once you look into it, in my humble opinion, and many others think likewise as well. And also there's a spiritual decay within Protestant churches, but not only there, but to some extent within the Catholic churches as well, because of the modernization, because of liberation in the West. Now, the question is, because of that, why is it that some people are flocking from even Rome towards the East? Maybe not hugely, but still people are going there either for the spiritual nourishment or holistically more, and also for the theology. For example, like Dr. Joshua Siwad, if I'm not
Siwadi,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
He's an ex-Catholic philosopher who just went there, and he knows the Catholic faith very well.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of people like him and other layman people, why is it that you, Alex, think that that's the case here in the West due to the state of the church in the West here?
Sure. So let me just start off by saying that Joshua Siwadi has actually been, I don't want to say condemned, but a lot of Eastern Orthodox theologians don't claim him because they say that he basically he has a heretical view of the Trinity. So he became Orthodox, but even the Orthodox are very nervous about him. So I think that in the West, and this is something that we see in the West, is that in the West, things that are foreign are very sexy, and anything that's Eastern, that's foreign, it's sexy, so they want to go there because they find it to be sexy, right? That's really, really what it comes down to. They're oh, this is different. This is exotic. They like exoticness. But what I would say is that the theology of Byzantine Christianity, the liturgies of Byzantine Christianity, pretty much everything about Byzantine Christianity that you find in Eastern Orthodoxy, you have it right here in this. This is a Catholic church. I don't know if you've been in there. You're welcome to join. You're going to think you're in an Orthodox church because everything that you can find in Eastern Orthodoxy, everything that you find and that you love in Eastern Orthodoxy, you also have it in the Catholic Church, in the Eastern rites. But you also have the universal magisterium that is able to basically answer all of the questions that Eastern Orthodoxy isn't able to answer. And yeah, you know what? I think it's valid if you're a Westerner, but you feel called maybe to the Eastern tradition. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I'm a Westerner that I was called to the Byzantine tradition. I'm a Roman Catholic that practices as a Byzantine. There's nothing wrong with that, and that's the beauty in the Catholic Church is that you can do that. You could be a Roman Catholic and you could go to a Byzantine Catholic church and everything is fine. And but like with the other Apostolic churches, let's say you're a Byzantine in the Eastern Orthodox, and you really want to experience the Syriac liturgies. You don't have that in Eastern Orthodoxy, but you have it in Catholicism. Or if you want to experience the liturgy of Saint Isaac of Armenia, you don't have that in Eastern Orthodoxy, but you have it in Catholicism. Everything that is good about Christianity, that is ancient, that is authentic, that is beautiful, including the theology, you can be a Catholic, and Palamas, Saint Gregory Palamas can be your guy. And you can love Palamas, and you can, Father Nathan Simeon is a Catholic priest, and Palamas is his guy. So everything that you're looking for, we have it here. We have it here, and the thing is that most Westerners don't know. They don't know about the Eastern rites of the Catholic Church, and I really believe that if they knew, they wouldn't have to go through the process of leaving the Catholic Church and then going to Eastern Orthodoxy. They could literally just, if there's one close by, go to the Byzantine Catholic Church down the street. If there's one down the street, and go there, and you'll be happy. And you're able to walk in on day one without announcing yourself, without having to talk to the pastor or anything, and you can go and you can receive the Eucharist, and you're good. Because we're united in worship, united in doctrine, united in governance. But the cool thing in the Catholic Church is that there's different theologies that you can hold to that don't contradict each other, that are all fall under the doctrine that is binding. So always remember that. Theology isn't binding in itself. Doctrine is what's binding. So you're bound to the doctrine, but the theology is how we understand, how we think about the doctrine. And the beauty of the Christian faith is that the Westerners have a way of thinking, the Easterners have a way of thinking, the Syriacs have a way of thinking. But the cool thing is that they have all of these different ways of thinking that lead you to the same doctrine. That's what you're looking for, is doctrine. Thank you very much. That's a great question.
Question for Ubi. Mm-hmm. Under your concocted standard that the most recent 1,000 years of Christianity must track the first 1,000 years of Christianity, does it not give you any pause whatsoever that the Orthodox haven't been able to convoke an ecumenical council in the last 1,000 years when 7 such councils were convoked in the first 1,000, or that the Orthodox have been in a form of subjugation for the last 500 years under Islamic conquest, the Tsar Peter, communism, etc., while the Catholic Church engaged in widespread evangelization in the first 1,000 and second 1,000 years?
Is okay. Thank you. So, could you rephrase the first part of it? You said, so correct me if I'm wrong, you said, would it give me pause that the Orthodox Church has not been able to call an ecumenical council in the second 1,000 years while it did in the first? Is it correct? Okay.
That was an aspect of it, yeah.
Does it give you pause to think that I've answered that question 5 or 6 times during this debate and you weren't paying attention?
I don't think you're answering the question. Because
Okay, so what did I say happened? What did I say happened in
I'll
Bulgaria
answer
in
your
what,
question.
95 or 98? It's an ecumenical council. What were the Paulamite councils? Ecumenical council. What was Jerusalem, 1672? It was a binding council on us. Okay. Now, 2, as far as evangelization goes, I mean, can you name one country that converted to Catholicism and it wasn't like under an imperial Catholic power?
I mean, that condition doesn't matter, but the entire New World, Mexico, etc., South America,
Well,
all
North
converted to
America,
Catholicism.
no. If you look at the DNA studies, even Mexico is only about half native. The rest is European. It was population transfers. It's the same with North America. North America is hardly any native. It's almost all population transfers. That's how North America converted.
Okay, so it spread just via population transfer? Is that your
North America,
response?
yeah. I mean, who are the gigantic native populations in North America who converted to Catholicism?
Again, Central America, you have a mix.
Well, okay, well, in some, it's about half. What is your
German.
background? What are you, Irish, German?
Italian.
Italian, okay. What are you? What are you? What percent? 35%? Okay, what about you? Okay, what about you guys? On average in Mexico, the DNA is about half European. I mean, what percentage of Americans are actually native? And like U.S. Americans and Canadians? It's very few.
Well, I mean,
There's almost all population transfers. Even look at Argentina. Argentina is all European. There's no natives there anymore.
Right here in Vegas, since I've been living here for 6 years, we, as in our own Catholic Church, has gone from being a diocese to an archdiocese because we've had such an influx of people coming here who want and joining the Catholic Church and becoming Catholic. And so there are a lot of people newly finding the Catholic Church and newly being drawn to the Catholic Church. People don't become Catholic if they weren't cradle Catholics raised that way.
Oh, I see what you mean.
They
Oh.
don't become Catholic just because they're Italian or Mexican or Filipino.
What percentage of Catholics in America are converts versus they were born into it?
I don't have an answer to that.
It's almost all of them are born into it.
But I'm making a statement about whether or not people become Catholic because they're drawn to the faith
Oh, yeah, there's that.
versus being dictated to because of their genetics.
Well, I don't think you should follow anything because of your genetics. My point is that the majority, he said North America, South America, they converted. I said it was a population exchange. That was my point.
This year, in our archdiocese, there was the largest amount of people coming into the church in the whole history of our archdiocese.
Well, congratulations.
More people are coming into the faith. All kinds of stuff.
Yeah, speaking of that, I'm an evangelical just trying to figure things out here. So this is for Voice of Reason. It's kind of like flipping the topic, I guess, so hope you forgive me here. But what do you think makes the Catholic Church, and I know this, you could talk about this for hours, but like a 1 and 2 minute answer, the Universal Catholic Apostolic Church. I know that wasn't the topic of the debate, but yeah.
What do I think makes the Catholic Church that? Because we see clearly from Scripture and from tradition that Jesus Christ established the church with one particular, with one head. There's a church with one head. The first one was Peter the Apostle, and the unique successors of Peter the Apostle always had that authority of the one head, and the ecumenical councils of Ephesus, Chalcedon, Constantinople III, and Nicaea II, they all teach that the Bishop of Rome, the unique successor of Peter, is the head of the Christian church. So the reason that I'm Catholic is because the Catholic Church can identify its head. No other church can identify its head. And when I read the Bible, when I read the New Testament, I see, like I mentioned in my opening statement, that even the local authorities were all united under one universal head, who is the universal pastor, so to speak, of the church. Because in the New Testament, it was Peter. And if the apostles were all receiving divine revelation and they needed a head, they needed one guy out of the 12, they needed one guy to be in charge of the other guys, then how much more so do their successors, the bishops? The bishops need one guy to be the head of all of them, and that's exactly what the Catholic Church, that's exactly what the ecclesiology of the Catholic Church is. It matches the New Testament. Thank you so much for the great question.
Hey guys, just want to say thank you guys both for being here.
Thank you for coming.
I'm an Orthodox, and I'm not here. This is more like for my son. He wanted me to ask a question to Ubi.
Oh, right on, man.
He's outside watching.
He's outside watching?
He's outside watching, and I think he's just interested in the whole YouTube thing, the whole.
Oh, how could you not be?
I know. So this question, Mickey, this is for you. This is for Ubi. Tell him that I have a question. Say I'm outside watching. My question is, quote, if you do something bad in the beginning of your life that is bad enough to go to hell, can you redeem yourself?
Well, of course you can. Of course. I mean, why would God want to see his creation destroyed? And part of becoming a more forgiving, or part of learning to forgive yourself for things that you've done is having children. Because there's nothing your children could ever do that you wouldn't forgive them and love them for. There's things they could do that would break your heart, sure, but you would never stop loving your children. And when you have children, you start to understand, you get a glimpse of how God views us. Because we're not just creations, we're not just a nice rosemary bush outside or a chandelier. We're God's children. And so in the same way that we will always love our children, we will always do whatever it takes to bring them home and to heal them and to see them in good health, that we give our lives for them, so God will do the same with us. And so something like that, you should really go to your parish priest or a priest whom you feel very comfortable with and tell him, what is it? If there is something, I mean, just for anyone. But you should always, always remember that the temporary sting of embarrassment is nothing compared to the love of God. St. Isaac the Syrian says, all of humanity's sins are like a handful of dust thrown into the ocean of God's mercy. Thank you.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Well, I just plagiarize people with excellent answers.
I do the same thing, brother. I do the same thing. I rip everybody off.
So this question is yet another question for Ubi.
Okay.
If Matthew 16:18 is not about Rome, if Matthew 16:18 is not about Peter being the rock, what is it about? Like, what is the meaning?
It's the establishment of the episcopacy.
Okay. So
Saint Cyprian of Carthage has this great line where he takes that and he describes it as the establishment of the episcopacy. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. There's more to the question?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because what is the meaning of, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church?
Well, Peter is the archetype of bishops. All bishops have the Petrine ministry. And so what I tend to find is a problem within, or what I see as an issue within how it is thought of within Catholicism. And I think that this is differentiated. In fact, I know it's more or less differentiated on the official level, is there's a difference between the role of Peter, the lineage of Peter, and the death place of Peter. The death place of Peter is Rome. The lineage of Peter is Rome, it's Alexandria, it's Antioch, it's Joppa, it's Caesarea Philippi, it's all these different cities. Even Corinth lays a claim to being founded by St. Peter. And then you have the role of St. Peter. What is the role of St. Peter? It's the episcopacy. That's why the bishop holds the keys. So early on in the first millennium, the term of the power of the keys was to bind and to loose sins. And that's a job of the bishop. The bishop is the true priest. So a parish priest, a deacon, they just participate in the bishop's priesthood. That's all. The bishop is the true priest. That's why the word that's used in the Septuagint for the high priest, it's only used by patristic authors for bishops, no one else. Because each parish, each bishop is the high priest. It's temples coming together. That's what it is. Because where could you give the sacrifice in the Old Testament? It was in the temple. Okay, where can you give the bloodless sacrifice? It's in the church building. Now you will say, okay, but Father Nathan celebrated a liturgy in there. Okay, all right, sure. But early on, only the bishop celebrated the liturgy. The priest just assisted him. If he couldn't do it, they would do it, or they'd take out the Eucharist to people wherever available. So it was the bishop doing it in the church. It was one church, one bishop, one church building. So that church building was the temple. That bishop there was the high priest. The high priest was Peter. Peter's the high priest in the New Testament. The difference is that each diocese is a temple. It's not limited to just one place like the Jews thought. It's throughout the world.
Hey, I'm Catholic, but my question is actually for Alex. So I was wondering, if doctrinal unity is so important, why does the church not settle seemingly very important and distinctive issues like the essence-energy distinction?
So actually, the Catholic Church actually says that there is a form of polymism that you can actually hold to that isn't heretical. And if there isn't... because as we see, and Ubi would agree with this, that usually whenever the church has to come together to actually define something or to settle an issue, the issue is always settled. If it is indeed a heresy and a lot of people are believing in it, then the church says we need to do something here to solve this heresy. But like the essence and energies distinction and the polymism, the church actually says that it actually it would be considered orthodox. A version of it, there is a version of polymism that if you take it to its logical conclusion, it can actually lead to problems with, basically you come to the conclusion of two gods. But if you take more of a, I guess, a moderate polymism, it's actually completely orthodox. And again, it's the theology, but that theology of polymism is in line with the doctrine of the Trinity. And again, if you were to ask like the average like Catholic, like Roman Catholic, hey, tell me about the essence and energies distinction, they have no idea what you're talking about. So the reason that the church hasn't said anything about it having to either condemn it or affirm it, even though it has actually affirmed a version of it, is just because not enough people, you know, it's not a pressing issue to have to. And that's it, yeah. But again, the church has said that, yeah, there's a version of polymism that you can indeed hold to. And, you know, the Catholic Church venerates St. Gregory Palamas. Here, you know, in the Byzantine Church, we venerate St. Gregory Palamas. So, but let's say that all of a sudden you had an influx of all of these, you know, Catholics, whether Byzantine Catholics or Roman Catholics, that started holding to that more extreme version of polymism with the essence and energies distinction that would lead to the problem of two gods. Then the church is going to step in and say, hey, hold on, because that's what the church does. It puts the guardrails. It says you can only go up to this far. If you go up this far, you're still within orthodoxy. But if you go above, now you're in heterodoxy. You're going into heresy. So that's why. Yeah. Thank you so much. Great question.
My question is for Ubi.
Hello.
First off, I want to say thank you for representing Orthodoxy.
Thank you for coming out here. You came out from Victorville. We had a very nice discussion at lunch. You're a very nice young man.
Yeah, thank you. Earlier you said purgatory wasn't completely false. Can you...
I'm sorry?
Earlier you said purgatory by a certain definition isn't false. Can you clarify which definition of purgatory isn't false?
Which one isn't or is?
Isn't false, or which isn't false and which is false.
So the one that isn't false is the one when he read the Confession of Saint Blessed Dositheus. That's a version that we can agree with. Anything that falls outside of that would have to be examined for whether it would be, in our view, correct or not. I do think, I mean, you have, for example, I don't believe this is ever a dogma of the Catholic Church, but you did have a belief that there were actual physical fires in purgatory. That was something that was held by many Catholic theologians around the time of Leon, Second Leon, I believe when the Orthodox were there. It's 1274, I think. So that would be a false version, but if it can't agree, I mean, keep in mind purgatory just means like a purging, a purifying. So, I mean, we do believe that when people die that they can go through a purification. Yeah, no problem, thank you.
My question is for Ubi. Ubi, so you mentioned someone else's question how in the Americas most converts, they're converted, they're not native.
Most of the population is not converted like actual natives of the land. Most of the Catholics in the country are not converted from, say, race native groups that came across the Bering Strait.
Right, in the Americas. But in Mexico in 1531, we had Our Lady of Guadalupe. During that time, we had 8 to 10 million indigenous Mexicans convert, which after smallpox came, the total population of natives were 8 to 10 million. So that was about 90 to 100% of Mexicans that converted to Catholicism. So I'm wondering, what do you think of apparitions of the Blessed Virgin Mary?
That's an area that I keep meaning to get into, and I just haven't. I really haven't. It's even as a Roman Catholic, I was not particularly interested in the apparitions. I will say, interestingly enough, is that the Catholic Church, as far as I know, they don't dogmatize that the apparition occurred. They simply dogmatize that it was reported that this is what happened. It was reported that this happened, from what I understand. And I'm willing to be corrected on that. But I mean, in terms of like what you said about the conversion of the natives, I've wondered about this, and I was thinking about this on the way here because I knew someone would bring it up. By the way, that's an extremely nice suit. It's really nice.
Thank you.
But I wonder how many of those people came into it thinking that they could preserve their pagan religion, because you know the Guadalupe image, it's set up to look like an Aztec goddess, from what I understand. This is an area I'm not interested in. So I wonder how many people came into it thinking, well, we can preserve the Aztec religion, and then their ancestors, just sort of ended up going into actual Catholicism, so to say.
Yeah, so the tunic, it's on a cactus tunic. There's no brushstrokes on it.
Yeah, and in the eyes, there's an image of what occurred. And
Right, under magnification. So within that tunic, there's a serpent being stepped on, which shows that within the Aztec religion, the serpent god is being stepped on, which has connections to Catholicism. Right.
Quetzalcoatl's in the
Right,
Aztec.
right, which has connections to Christianity as well, with sin, with Satan, being overcome. So that was that distinction there.
Is your family Mexican?
Yeah.
Which part of Mexico?
So it's kind of funny. My family's also from New Mexico, so a lot of New Mexican families, mine included. I don't know about yours. But they've been in New Mexico since New Mexico was part of Mexico. So it's far back.
My brother, the reason I asked, my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, is from Michoacan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
This is for Alex. I have a quick question. I'm going to look at the camera so it can good for the video.
I have to look at the camera?
No,
Is this
so it can be clipped.
If you don't mind, could I, while you're handling this, if I'm going to run to the...
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, you're asking the question?
I'm going to ask a question.
Oh, it's your question?
Yeah.
Okay, or did someone send you this question? Or is it yours?
It's my personal
Are you going
question.
into business for yourself? Okay, all right.
So, Alex. What the heck? Alex? So, Alex, what's your opinion on Mormonism?
What's my opinion on Mormonism? Well, we were discussing Catholicism in this debate, definitely not Mormonism, but Mormons are very nice people. Very, very nice, very sweet, kind people, and I think that they would make amazing Catholics. They would be wonderful, beautiful Catholics, because boy, do they know how to make babies and just populate the world. And I think that us Catholics can learn from them about the joys of, I think they would be great Catholics. If they abandon all of their heresies. But God bless them. Pray for them. Sure.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, brother.
Thanks for coming, doing this.
Thank you so much for being here.
The question was for both. We'll see if Ubi makes it back. But
I'll answer first and then.
Okay, sounds good. So is it based off of the definition of Catholicity? So he was saying how when the split occurred in 1054, the East was larger in number. Today, Catholic is larger in number. But it seems like what I usually hear about the definition of Catholicity is well, we're greater in number, so that would mean it did kind of switch from one to the other. So I want a clarification on the definition that you would give and why it's consistent with both. And
Sure.
I actually want the same for Ubi. I'll say that again if you. Sorry about that.
Sure, and the way that Catholicity has always been understood by the church, by the church fathers, is Catholicity means that the gospel made it to all known parts of the world. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be a Christian majority in every single, province or country or whatever it is. It just means that the gospel of Jesus Christ is known and that his church is there somewhere in the inhabited world. So he got me with that Antarctica line, but Antarctica's not inhabited, so it doesn't count, Ubi. But wherever there are people in the world, the gospel is there, and the Church of Jesus Christ is there. And the only Christian communion that can say that is the Catholic Church. Only the Catholic Church can say that they are in, almost every single country, with the exception of maybe, and they used to be in Korea before what happened with the split with North and South. But the Catholic Church is very strong in South Korea, so.
And if you could clarify that the So why wouldn't the East have been more Catholic during the split? Ubi, the question was for both. So I'm Orthodox, by the way, or newly baptized, former Protestant.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a definition of Catholicity. It seems like today's Catholics will point to, we have greater in number, we are more Catholic, we're more universal. And you pointed out, well, if I understand the argument correctly, that in the split in 1054, that the Eastern side was greater in number. And so, no, I don't think any side would say, well, we were and now you are, or we are now and you used to be, if I would take. So I'm curious on a definition of clarification from both sides. Hopefully that makes sense. Thank you.
I already answered
Thank you so
questions.
much.
Go ahead.
About what apostolicity
About
is.
Catholicity. About
Catholicity.
how Catholicity is understood. As far as because I said in my opening statement about the numbers, right? And now that I could have worded it better and said that Catholicism is Catholic Christianity was what reached the entire known world and inhabited world. But how would you understand Catholicity from the Orthodox perspective?
Well, I mean, within the patristic writers, it's a variety of definitions of what it means, but they seem to think of it in terms of it lacks nothing. Once in a while, you'll see someone say, well, it's in the whole world, which for them, I mean, in the 400s, Christianity was in the whole world. No. But it's all relative to the situation, I think. And so a lot of these, I mean, I don't want to say that St. Cyril of Jerusalem was being disingenuous when he said it was throughout the whole world. I don't think he was. I think he just, there's sort of that flair that they would use when they would speak. Everyone knows that. It's no, not everyone knows that. You follow what I mean? Yeah. They make a lot of absolute statements. It's always this way. Everyone knows, so I think that's what he was probably getting at in terms of the geographic, because he gives four definitions or four standards of Catholicity, right? So it's amongst all races of people, it's amongst all classes of people. I want to say the dogma misses nothing, and that's spread throughout the world. But at the time that he said that, it wasn't spread throughout the world at all. I mean, that was in the late 300s. It was really quite sparse,
So I'm actually really interested in this. The topic of the debate is is the Orthodox Church, the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church.
Is this for me
and
or for him?
For both of you, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so you were talking about how the first millennium church looks the same as the second, right? And so the question for you, and then I have a question for him real quick. The question for you is and I'm sorry, I'm not that well versed in Orthodoxy, so I'm sorry if this is a stupid question.
That's fine. No, I mean the fact that you came here today, I'm very thankful for. Two,
well, thank you for coming also.
Yeah, and then the fact that you have come and ask questions is very humbling. I'm always humbled when people ask me questions because I'm just kind of well, who am I? I'm just a guy who likes history, Latin, and Costco pizza. So
pizza is Italian, so you're closer to Rome than you thought.
Oh man, he got you there, bud. He got you there.
I was there a while ago, and I'd forgotten how great the hot dogs were. Those are Frankfurters. That's Protestant, right?
Oh man.
No, I mean
you're really universal.
You're asking excellent questions, and I mean you say them very articulately, and so yeah, thank you for coming.
So my question is for you, Ubi. Since the Orthodox Church teaches that a council only becomes ecumenical when it is received by the whole church or by consensus, wouldn't the continued rejection of Orthodox councils by the Bishop of Rome, who historically was part of the consensus?
I'm having a hard time hearing. Could you read a little louder?
Yeah, since the Orthodox Church teaches that a council only becomes ecumenical when it is received by the whole church, wouldn't the continued rejection of Orthodox councils by the Bishop of Rome, who historically was part of that consensus, mean that Orthodoxy, by its own criteria, can no longer hold a truly ecumenical council?
Ooh, this is an excellent question. I was waiting for someone to ask something like this. Okay, so the question is, who left who? Right? So the Bishop of Rome at a certain point just goes, look, guys, you accept this or else. And we're like, huh? I was like, peace out. I'm out of here, okay? Now, if you follow the Catholic view, it's that the entire East rejected the Pope. That's not how we look at it. We look at it as a Pope rejected us. So if you're a spouse in a marriage, look at it this way. If you're in a marriage and say the spouse, and God forbid this happens to you, but let's give a better example, say a board meeting. Let's say one board member goes, you know what, you guys can either do this, you can vote on this, or else you're no longer on the board, so to say. Well, they don't have a right to do that. They remove themselves from it. And then everyone who's left on that board is like, hey, Bob just left. Where's Bob going? And then Bob goes and starts up, all right, I'm assigning new board members here and there. So the situation is, again, who left who? I mean, we weren't the ones that made the demands early on in the Gregorian reforms, which, by the way, that's a great book by Howe, Howe, Before the Gregorian Reforms. That's an excellent book. Yeah, really, it's about that thick. You can get PDFs of it because it's about $40, but it's very good. And he leads up to what brought in the Gregorian reforms and points out just how radically things changed in the 800s, 900s. Yeah. You also have a very nice suit.
Thank you.
Where did you get? Are you from Las Vegas?
Kansas City, born and raised, but I live in Las Vegas.
Okay, well, which part of Las Vegas do you live in?
Up north, near Summerlin.
Oh, okay, I live way down south.
Yeah, not too far.
I'm really impressed with how many of you are still here, and how many of you came dressed very nicely.
Appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
I don't have a question for you, though. I have a question for Voice of Reason.
Sure, yes, thank you.
I thought you were coming from me.
Yeah. No, not this.
He's coming for me again.
He's coming for me, actually.
So, Alex.
Yes, sir.
I think, as I understand your argument, one of your main themes is about being able to identify the true church.
Right.
And you're leveling that argument, pushing that forward against the Eastern Orthodox, saying you can't really identify that. And I'm wondering how you can really maintain that type of argument when Joseph Ratzinger and Dominus Jesus specifically taught that the Eastern Orthodox was a true particular church.
Right.
So how do you reconcile that seeming, your argument seems to contradict itself?
So actually, what the Catholic Church has always taught about the Eastern Orthodox churches is that they began because we believe that they are apostolic, they have apostolic succession. Because of that, they have valid sacraments, so you can consider them holy. The Catholic Church has always said that all of the, not just the Eastern Orthodox, but the Orientals and the Assyrians, that they are true local churches. They are churches on the local level, but none of those communions can call themselves the universal church. They're only churches on the local level that have separated themselves from the universal church. Because if we were to just all of a sudden say, oh, they no longer have sacraments, they no longer have holy orders, they no longer have, then we would be an issue because that would mess with our sacramental theology, because the sacramental theology is that the sacraments leave an indelible mark on your soul. So because I'm baptized, the Catholic Church cannot ever take away my baptism. The Catholic Church can never say, you're no longer baptized. In the same way, a priest that is a validly ordained priest, the Catholic Church can never take his priesthood away. He remains a priesthood forever according to the order of Melchizedek. But if they choose to exercise their priesthood apart from the unity of the universal church, they are exercising their priesthood now validly because it's an ontological reality. They're exercising their priesthood validly, but illicitly because they're doing it outside of Christ's church. So they are validly and illicitly celebrating something that can only licitly be celebrated within the unity of the universal church. So the best that they could ever be would be local churches. But thank God that over the last 1,000 years, since these schisms have occurred, as I'm sure as you know, all of the Eastern Oriental and Assyrian churches, they all have Catholic counterparts. So slowly but surely, these schisms are being healed, and local Orthodox churches are coming back into communion with the universal church. This church is a great example of it. It was an Eastern Orthodox church that came back, into communion with the Catholic Church, and now they're part of the universal church once again. And what makes you part of the universal church, because you can identify it, is when you are united to the head. And who is the head? The unique successor of the Apostle St. Peter, who died in Rome and therefore discharged the fullness of his authority in Rome. And all of his successors in Rome have that unique, are his unique successors, and they have that charism that he had to be the head and the head figure of unity for all of the other successors of the other apostles.
We just hit the 1 hour mark. What do you say? Yeah, we just take.
That was a
this
fantastic question, my friend. God bless you. Great question.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Hello, hello.
How are you doing?
Glad to have you here. On behalf of Father Nathan, I'm very happy to have you here and to our community, and we enjoyed your whole day. There's just two simple questions I'd like to ask you.
All right.
After Constantine recognized the church, what was it called?
After Constantine recognized the church, what was it called?
Yes,
What
like
the church called?
was it called the Orthodox Church? Was it called the Catholic Church? What was it? What was the name he gave these people? Christians and
Well, if I could, you mind if I answer it first?
Sure, sure.
So even if you even read when I read the Confession of Dositheus, even the Eastern Orthodox Church, to this day, they call themselves the Catholic Church. So Catholic, even though the word is an adjective that just means universal, it was used as a noun going back as early as St. Ignatius of Antioch in the year 107. So it was always called the Catholic Church. It was always called the Orthodox Church. But Catholic is mostly what it was called. And like I said, both communions, the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, call themselves the Catholic Church. And so do the Orientals and the Assyrians as well.
Yeah, the Assyrians, yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much, yeah. Great question. God bless you. Is that it?
Thank you.
Any parting words?
So, thank you guys all so much for coming. It's been absolutely fabulous having you here. Anyone who wants to get a hold of me, you can just go to you can find me on Twitter, which is Ubi Petrus. You can find me on Facebook as well. I have a Patreon where I have videos posted. All my new material goes behind that, and I raise money in order to do it. I am taking a flight tonight, so if you come to St. John the Baptist Church looking for me, you will not find me there in the morning. I'll be at another parish, but the week after that, I will be there. So thank you so much.
And I have nowhere I gotta be, so we can hang out. Look at all the cigars that I have. If you guys want to hang out, I'm ready to hang out.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I have to hit the road, but I
bless
do
you.
have
Thank you, Ubi.
I do have about 10, 15 minutes to say hello to people while I pack things up, and then I have to drive.